ability to stabilise the economy, also to curb reliance on its natural resources and to restore investor confidence. Take a listen.
Tudo isto vai jogar para que
all of this will help ensure that Mozambique can position itself in the best possible way for its growth. But I reiterate that it is not enough to achieve the country's growth in technical terms. We really need this growth to be reflected in development. And this development has to do with the lives of the people.
So those are some of our top stories around the world, but it is a blockbuster day for earnings that kicked off already with TSMC, and you can see those results lifting Nasdaq futures already up 0.3%. So a gap here between them and S&P E-minis. TSMC, to remind you, saying that they're going to see sales growing by close to 30% in dollar terms. CapEx set to surge. They see it surging in 2026 at $52 billion to $56 billion. Let's also have a look at European futures as well. If we can bring those up, we're expecting a rise of 0.5% when we get to the market open. And so we count down to that positivity on both sides of the pond, this AI optimism being fueled as well, whilst the geopolitical risk seems to ebb for now when it comes to Iran and the tariff story for today. Well, coming up, we will turn back to that geopolitical story. Denmark's foreign minister saying a fundamental disagreement remains between his country and the US over Greenland. We'll be speaking to the US ambassador at large for Arctic affairs. That conversation coming up next. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa. New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute political news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Washington, and this is Bloomberg.
Live from London, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden with your top stories. TSMC smashes estimates for net income and gross margin. The numbers from the world's biggest contract chip maker adding to hopes that the AI trade has room to run. Meanwhile, oil falls after President Trump signals he may hold off on attacking Iran for now. Silver slumping following its blistering rally. Plus, no deal on Greenland. Denmark says a fundamental disagreement remains with the US after talks in Washington. German soldiers arrive on the island today as NATO allies look to boost their military presence. If you're just joining us, it's 6:30 a.m. in London. Good morning to you. Welcome to Thursday. Your markets look like this. Nasdaq futures boosted by those TSMC earnings. But today we've got oil down after Trump saying that he's going to hold off on attacking Iran for now. Silver also down because of the lesser need for safe haven assets, but also because the president is holding off on adding to tariffs on critical minerals for now. So, as I say, in these markets today, it seems to be more about what President Trump is not doing than what he is doing. But turning over to the front pages now, let's have a look at the Financial Times. So we've got President Trump taking this more measured tone when it comes to Iran after he said that he'd received assurances that the government had stopped killing protesters. He didn't say, though, if military intervention is off the table. So we keep an eye on that geopolitical risk. But we turn over to Europe as well, because staying with the geopolitics, Bild this morning leading on the first European troops landing in Greenland. And that's just 7 hours after those inconclusive talks in Washington. So this German newspaper reporting that the deployment had been prepared for days, but it was deliberately kept a secret until it happened. Finally, let's turn over to the Wall Street Journal now. They've got banking bosses having this sudden realization that maybe the president's becoming more of an adversary than an ally. And they look at JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon's gentle suggestion that chipping away at Fed independence is probably not a great idea. But you can get a roundup of all those stories and everything you need to know to get your day going in today's edition of Daybreak, which, as ever, terminal subscribers can find by typing DAYB GO. Now, let's get back to the geopolitics. The Danish foreign minister says a fundamental disagreement remains after a high-stakes meeting with the US over Greenland. Germany is taking the lead of European nations sending military personnel to the Arctic territory, as President Donald Trump says NATO would be more effective with Greenland in US control. Joining me now, I'm pleased to welcome Mike Sfraga, Interim Chancellor at the University of Alaska Fairbanks and former US Ambassador at Large for Arctic Affairs and former Chair of the US Arctic Research Commission. Ambassador, thank you so much for staying up late for us this morning. We really appreciate having you. I want to ask what you make of President Trump's claim that the US needs Greenland for national security. How much purchase did that idea have when you were appointed by President Biden? Good morning.
Yeah, good evening from Alaska and good morning, Lizzie. I agree that the United States does need Greenland, as in fact NATO needs Greenland for our shared security. It's more about the approach. We need Greenland to be a part of the transatlantic alliance. They are. They need to remain a central pillar to transatlantic security. They are. I would simply think that by reinforcing their position in the Arctic, by reinvesting in Greenland, the United States, the EU, NATO, that really gets to the end game, and that is that having Greenland be a component of the NATO, North American Arctic, the Arctic security architecture is fundamentally important to all of us. It's the approach. And I do not believe that having Greenland to be a 51st state or part of the United States enhances our Arctic security. In fact, it might shred the NATO alliance. Fraying is already happening. We're seeing it today. There are likely many approaches to get to where the president and the administration would like to go without fraying the alliance, without causing ripples in the alliance, and without disenfranchising a long-time Arctic and NATO ally.
Well, let's discuss those approaches, because it seems President Trump isn't giving up here. Is it legally possible for the US to buy Greenland?
If Greenland prefers that they would like to be purchased by another country, yes, of course. First, they have to choose whether or not they would want independence, would like independence, and when they would vote for independence from the Kingdom of Denmark. Then the Greenlanders decide their future. And if they decide that their future is better placed in some kind of alliance with the United States, it's up to Greenland to go forward and do so. But they have said very strongly, in fact, today, all day, Alaska time, that in fact the Greenlanders would prefer to stay with Denmark given the choice. to stay with the U.S., to go with the U.S., or to stay with the Kingdom of Denmark. They prefer the Kingdom of Denmark. They also prefer to choose their own path forward, which is why I suggest there's probably a better way than to cause ripples through the alliance, to form an unsettledness in the alliance, and that does nothing but fuel our adversaries who do want to separate us from NATO. They do want to see the ripples in the alliance. They do want to see disenfranchised countries within Europe. That feeds adversaries. It does nothing to strengthen us.
But let's talk about another option which the president hasn't taken off the table, Ambassador, and that is a more aggressive option. How likely is it the US troop presence that's already in Greenland morphs into an occupation, that the troops that are there change in function, when we've already seen what's happened in Nigeria and Venezuela?
Yeah, it's troubling because, again, I think we can get there much quicker in terms of our shared alliance, our shared security. There are only a few hundred U.S. Soldiers and military personnel at Pikavik Air Base. Pretty important, pretty potent air base, but nevertheless not enough to take over the Greenland. And in fact, you would trigger, interesting enough, Article 5. Article 5 says that if a country invades a NATO territory, the other NATO allies are then subject to protect that country. So in effect, you'd have a NATO country triggering Article 5 to defend a NATO country. I don't see that happening. I sure hope it doesn't. I do not see that happening. What I see happening, unfortunately, is a fraying of the alliance. I think that is why you see Germany and France and Norway and Sweden announcing that they will send troops for Arctic endurance, a joint operation that's signaling. There's also domain awareness operating in the north. It's a good thing. Also why we hear now through open source reporting that France and Canada are either contemplating or have decided to open consulates in Nuuk. Again, functionally very good. I think it holds the alliance together, but I think it's also signaling to the United States that they have NATO and European support. Greenland does, the Danish government does, to support their own independence and to honor borders, which is a fundamental component of the international rules-based system.
Could one option for Greenland and Europe be to try and lure President Trump with a minerals for security style deal like you've seen with Ukraine? One of our colleagues, Javier Blas, has argued that Greenland's mineral wealth is overhyped, so I wonder if this is even possible.
But it's a possibility. I do believe, well, Greenland has significant holdings in rare earth and critical minerals. The issue for Greenland, like my own state of Alaska, although I think it's much easier here in the state of Alaska, is that it's very hard to get through, very expensive. They need roads, energy. It's very, very difficult to operate in the Arctic. It's very expensive to operate in the Arctic. So yes, critical minerals, rare earth minerals, that's part of it. There could be some quid pro quo there. I would argue perhaps a different way. I think I can get us to the end game. And if the end game for the United States and our allies, but mostly for the United States, is that we want Greenland to be absolutely embedded in the NATO alliance, to be part of this Trans-Arctic Alliance, the 7 Arctic nations that are part of NATO. I call it the Trans-Arctic Alliance. If that is our end game, here's a path that I think could be quicker, cheaper, and without breaking glass among our own friends. And that would be to take some portion of resources. There's open source reporting that the president has contemplated or is actually thinking about in a very strong way, $100,000, between $10,000 and $100,000 for each Greenlander if they would decide to be part of the United States. If you took, and that's about $6 billion or so, if you took that and said we're going to invest $3 billion in U.S. security assets in Greenland, I think you can get to the end game of opening bases that the United States closed, well over a dozen, putting troops on the ground, U.S. troops. By doing that, you're investing in our allies. You also take a portion of that and invest it in civil society, education, research, helping them to open up the diversified economy, tourism. That's the way to go about this, I think, quicker, faster, and I think smarter for the United States and the alliance.
Okay, Ambassador, we really appreciate your expertise and experience. Mike Sprague there, Interim Chancellor of the University of Alaska Fairbanks and former US Ambassador at Large for Arctic Affairs. Well, coming up, Wall Street bank stocks slump despite some strong earnings as analysts question the trajectory of the US banking rally. We'll unpack the disconnect next. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
And I'm Jason Kelly. And we're back with another season of The Deal with athletes and entrepreneurs who are changing the game on and off the field. Jerry Jones.
1-1 is 3 in sports, not 2. And it's because that 3 is imagination. That 3 is putting yourself in a way, having yourself hit the home run.
Erica Ayers-Badon.
I'm a high energy board member. I'm very passionate. I have a lot of opinions.
Up in our zone.
I want to light fires in people's lives, and that is still one of my core mandates for all of my businesses.
Justin Tuck.
I tell all of my friends that play in leagues now, make these relationships now while you're hot. Don't wait till you're like your 12th year in and you're just hanging on.
Stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Now to our top corporate news. Elon Musk's XAI is blocking all users from being able to create sexualized images of real people with its Grok chatbot. The company says they've implemented technological measures to prevent the editing of real people in revealing clothing. It comes after widespread condemnation from governments around the world who threaten legal bans and action. Elsewhere, the US has imposed a 25% tariff on imports of certain advanced semiconductors, including NVIDIA's H200 chip. It marks a key step in an agreement blessed by President Trump, allowing NVIDIA to ship the AI processors to China. Chips imported to support building up the US technological supply chain will be exempt. And here in Europe, Richemont indicated higher on Tradegate this morning. This is after the company reported sales jumping in the final months of last year as holiday shoppers splurged on its Cartier jewellery. We also have ASML higher on Tradegate off the back of the TSMC earnings that we reported earlier. Well, staying with the earnings story, America's biggest banks are posting bumper results for the fourth quarter, but investors are questioning the lenders' long market rally, given a shift in tone on financials from the White House. Citigroup CEO Jane Fraser weighed in on a recent proposal from President Donald Trump to cap credit card interest rates. Take a listen.
A rate cap is not something that we can support. I think the reception from the Hill also seemed less than enthusiastic from what we could tell. And just to be clear, the impact to us and other banks would just be dwarfed by the severe impact on access to credit and on consumer spending across the country. These things just don't work out as intended.
Bloomberg's Charlie Wells is here with an update. Charlie, just take us up to speed on these latest earnings.
Well, Lizzie, Wall Street is really not liking what it's seeing so far this earnings season. We are seeing a lot of red on the screen from these banks that have already reported some negativity in the market. And this is despite some really bullish signs that we've seen from a number of these banks. If you take a look at some of these pockets of positivity coming out of these reports, you see an 84% growth at Citigroup in their financial advisory service. You really saw some strength in equities trading at Bank of America. If you take a look at that, you actually see that their equities traders had their best fourth quarter ever, and then Wells Fargo also reported a decline in net charge-offs of 16%. So that is speaking to the broader health of borrowers, of the consumer. But despite these fundamentals, despite the strength, you're seeing some questions. And where we really got a lot of questions yesterday was on expenses. So you saw analysts questioning executives at these banks about executives and some answers that the market didn't seem to like. So you saw at Citigroup, they avoided giving dollar guidance going forward. At Bank of America, analysts were saying they see costs as getting worse. And at Wells Fargo, executives really had to focus on some severance expenses, and the market really seemed to anchor to this commentary.
Okay, Charlie, but we're not done yet. We've got plenty more to come today. What should investors be bracing for in today's reports from Wall Street?
Well, Lizzie, there's a world where we see a shift in tone, and that's because the two banks, Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, arch rivals, are shaped a little bit differently from a business perspective from the other banks that we've heard. They have a lot of strength in investment banking and trading historically. We're expecting to see some real growth from the quarter, particularly in investment banking. That's been telegraphed from these banks, and trading as well. We've seen that from the other banks coming out strong. But the question here really is it too late? We've been tracking the KBW Bank Index all week. You can take a look. You see it trending down as we've moved through this earnings season. And that is a question. Is the mood music changing? Are these reports not enough to counter some of the negativity, some of the targeting from the White House that we've heard in the financial sector?
Okay, Bloomberg's Charlie Wells all across these bank earnings for us. Thank you so much, Charlie. Well, just turning back to the earnings picture elsewhere, we have ASML indicated higher on Tradegate this morning. This is after the TSMC results that we broke for you earlier, expecting capital spending to surge as much as $56 billion in 2026. Now, that's stronger than anticipated, and it signals the confidence in the longevity of this global AI boom. And I'm pleased to say we have a guest who has big thoughts on this. She says the biggest challenge in Q1 isn't about predicting the future of AI, it's preparing portfolios for every version of it. Joining me now is Charu Chanana, Chief Investment Strategist over at Saxo. Good morning to you, Charu. I'm thinking about these TSMC earnings. I wonder whether they're going to spark another round of flows from the US into big tech in Asia. Good morning.
Hi, Lizzie. Good morning to you, and thank you for having me back. No, absolutely, such a blockbuster set of results from TSMC, and it's not just about US or Asia. If I take a step back, I think it does bring back that focus on AI capex that had started to become a question since the end of last year. It has started to become it has brought the focus back on AI demand as well, which was a question. I think it very well emphasizes that there's real demand for AI and there's real capex going into AI. But having said that, coming back to what you were asking, I think this AI story has really moved away from exposure and the beta story that we've had much of the last 2 years to really being about selectivity right now. And that selectivity does bring a few factors in focus. I think very much in focus will be the bottlenecks. Where are the bottlenecks? Because that gives pricing power, that gives cash flow visibility to these AI plays. And when I talk about bottlenecks, they are particularly on the hardware side, which is what brings the focus to Asia. I think really the picks and shovels of the AI value chain are in Asia, so that continues to bring that divergence that we've seen since the start of the year. The AI story really rotating out of the US big tech that had rallied on the beta basis now towards that selectivity into hardware. And I think the next focus would also be on really the infrastructure side, the data centers and the energy supply. Where does that power supply come from to really keep that AI story going into the future?
Well, yes, it was notable yesterday that the biggest US grid operator dialed back its forecast.
If you look at this drone, right in the center, you'll notice something a little unusual. There's an entire piece missing, and that's not a mistake. Over the past year, I've been developing my own drone, which is the Archetype. And in the process, I've been digging into how FPV drones really handle stress, from vibrations to crash energy to oscillations. And so in this video, I want to zoom in on all of that. I want to show you a side of FPV drones that most people never even think about. These drones that we fly push the limits of material, engineering, and control that, at their limits, if these forces aren't managed correctly, can catastrophically fail. So let me show you what I've been looking into, and don't worry, we will get to this gap here, and by the end, it'll make sense why it's there and why it is. I want to start in 1940. This is the Tacoma Narrows Bridge, a massive suspension bridge that had only been opened for 4 months. And on what seems like a slightly windy day, something unexpected started to happen. The bridge started to move. And at first it was just small, gentle swaying, but then the motion started to grow and quickly got out of control.
Only a 35-mile-an-hour wind is blowing, but this apparently sets up a rhythmic swinging of the bridge, which increases with each swing.
Seemingly out of nowhere, the whole structure began to contort, bending and twisting in these huge, slow waves. Each swing was bigger than the last, and the longer it went on, the more violent it became.
Finally, the swinging road and the suspension cables give way and plunge into the water below.
What happened here was a result of something called resonance. Every object has a frequency it naturally prefers to vibrate at. And this is called the resonant frequency. Even things that seem solid or completely still, like a table, a bridge, or a glass, will vibrate a tiny amount if you hit or shake them. A classic example is a wine glass. If you strike it, it will ring at its resonant frequency. Now that vibration will fade unless that same frequency is fed back into the glass. So when those opera singers break a glass, what they're actually doing is seeing the resonant frequency of the glass, and because of that, the glass is constantly absorbing more and more of that energy. You can see in this example that if you record this resonant frequency after you hit it, amplify it a bit, and then play it back, the glass will break. And that's exactly what happened with the bridge. The wind happened to hit it at just the right angle, at just the right rhythm, matching the bridge's resonant frequency. So, what happens when the same phenomenon creeps into our drones?
Hi, hi, good. How are you? Yeah, I'm doing all right, mate. How you doing? Good, good. My name's Chris Rosser. I am an aerothermal engineer by background, by training, and I've been flying FPV for the last, I don't know, 6-7 years now.
This is the guy that introduced this concept to drones, and it's become one of the most important conversations in frame design.
The vibration on drones is primarily generated from the spinning motors and props. They're never perfectly in balance, and so as they spin, they create vibrations at the frequency at which they're rotating.
And just like any object, the frame itself has a resonant frequency.
And the problem occurs if the motors are spinning at the same frequency as the arms want to bend up and down. It will then put energy into that mode. Effectively, the frame is storing that energy. Eventually, you know, the vibration will get really big, and that happens quite quickly.
Now, to understand how this affects drone flight, we first need to understand how the drone moves. If you're unfamiliar with FPV drones, when someone talks about manual mode in a drone like this, it gives the impression that there's no stabilizing or self-leveling going on. Like if you roll to the right, the motors on the left side just spin up faster. But that's not actually the case. See, when you move the stick to the right and then stop moving it, the computer inside the drone is going to try to keep it at that spot that you let go of. And so it'll fight any outside forces on the drone, whether that be wind or momentum. Which is why when you do a spin and then stop halfway, it doesn't keep rolling with momentum, because that would be an outside force. And the same thing that makes drones flyable can also become its weak point when it has trouble understanding where it positionally is in space.
Flight controllers in FPV drones have various software filters which are designed to kind of remove those vibrations, and they do a pretty good job in general. What can cause problems is if your airframe is not stiff enough or has nasty resonance characteristics, which means that the vibrations from the motors are being amplified by the frame, and that amplified vibration is getting through into the flight controller.
The drone computer is trying to ignore vibrations, and all it's trying to do is pay attention to the actual movement of the drone as a whole. Now, you can actually see what movement the drone is seeing using the black box log of the drone. And if you take it out for a flight, you'll end up with a graph that looks like this. Along the bottom is the frequency, basically how fast the movements are. Up and down shows how much vibration the drone has at each of these speeds. When you see a tall spike like this on the graph, that's a frequency that the drone likes to vibrate at. It's resonant frequency. But this section here is the actual movement of the quadrant. The faster it's moving or spinning, the higher up it's going to be on this graph.
If you tell a DJI drone turn left, turn right, turn left, turn right, and you do it as fast as you can, it won't turn that quickly.
Yeah.
If you take a tightly tuned like 5-inch race frame and you tell it go left, go right, go left, go right, it will snap back and forth almost instantly. That's the difference between a low flight frequency and a high flight frequency. It's to do with how fast the thing reacts to your stick inputs. All of this stuff up to about, well, in this case, about 90 hertz. That is real movement of the quad up to about here. Then we have this little bump here. That is a resonance. That is a problem because it's right in the middle of what I call the quiet zone, right? You know, if that bump wasn't there, we'd have this like quiet amp. And then you start getting problems when stuff ends up in that gap, like frame resonances or antennas or whatever, antenna wobbling is in that gap because you can't filter it out, and then it comes through mainly in the D term.
The reason this quiet zone is so important is it separates the actual movement of the drone and this resonance. And that way you can tell the computer to ignore everything on this side because this is the real movement.
So you can see the effect of the filters, and they really crush this down. You can see the low frequency stuff doesn't change at all. This is your actual stick inputs and flight. You can't get rid of this, otherwise the quad won't fly right.
Now, to keep this noise separate, it relies on having a really stiff frame, which is why FPV drones are made from carbon fiber. About a year ago, I tried to 3D print a functional drone frame, and the result is what happens when the frame isn't rigid enough, and the noise and the flight frequencies collide. Oh, God! The drone can't tell the difference between noise and real movement. Okay, so 3D printed frames will work. Or just they're hard to get a stiff frame out of it, then what would you say is the reason like DJI drones don't experience vibrating or resonance? Is it just because they're, I guess, less aggressive?
DJI drones have very low flight frequencies because they are not very responsive drones. A DJI drone will cruise around and will have flight frequencies that are in like the single digit hertz. It's something like the Avata, which is more of like an FPV style drone. Will go a little higher than that, but it's still super low frequencies, right? Like you're never getting to the sort of really sharp responsive moves that like a typical FPV freestyle drone would do, which will have frequency components higher than that. And that means that they can get away with soft floppy frames because if you've got low flight frequencies, you can still have a low frame resonance, and then you can still filter that out.
So because DJI drones move a lot slower, the range of speeds that it moves is all the way down here. Now the resonant frequency where this spike normally happens is probably going to be a lot lower, but because its movement and frequencies are still separate, it still works.
That's a fundamental limit to like how snappy and responsive a DJI drone can be. It's got to have flight frequencies below a certain level because the frame isn't super stiff. So if you were to try and tune like a DJI drone to respond like a race frame, if you could, I mean DJI don't let you change the PID parameters, you would start having issues with vibration very quickly, and you would not be able to tune it very tightly. Because as you push those flight frequencies up, they would start to like get close enough to the resonant frequencies of the frame that it would cause problems.
And that's why DJI drones can't fly aggressively. But how do you keep these frequencies separated?
The things you can do to help that is you can compress your flight frequencies down, so you can slow how fast the drone moves and make it more smooth, and really compress those down so that the flight frequencies are at low frequency. And then you can try and create space by crushing them down, making the drone slow. Or you can try and move the frame resonances up to create some space.
And this is the better way to handle vibrations. And it's also where frame design comes into this. As the frame vibrates, the energy needs to be dissipated before it reaches the flight controller. And the main way that this happens is through damping, which is pretty much the process of turning vibration energy into heat. Now, in drones, there are two main forms of damping. The first is material damping, which is the inherent ability of a material to dissipate vibration energy on its own. Now, if we think back to the example we mentioned before, a wine glass has terrible damping properties, so when you hit it, it vibrates for a really long time. But a rubber tire like this will have really good damping properties, so if you hit it, it just makes a dull thud. Now, carbon fiber actually sits somewhere in the middle between these two. It's actually pretty good at damping vibrations, but it's obviously not perfect because we still need it to be rigid and strong for flying. So there's always going to be that trade-off. The next form of damping in drones is friction damping. This happens when two plates or surfaces rub microscopically against each other, converting those tiny relative movements into heat. In Chris Ross's video, he explains that this is why frames with more joints often handle vibrations better. The additional interfaces between parts creates more opportunity for friction damping. And this is why you see arms being sandwiched between two plates, the same thing we've done for the archetype. So if all this thinking and intentional design goes into stopping vibrations, the next logical question is, I guess, is there anything else that is just as overlooked, but also just as critical as this? And I think there is. If you pull apart a drone, in the center you'll eventually run into this tiny piece of carbon called a keystone. The common assumption is that this is just here to brace the arms and make sure that all the parts in here are pressed against each other. But that's not the full story, because this little piece is using an engineering idea that predates drones by decades, specifically in car design. Now, it's pretty common knowledge that originally cars were made to be incredibly stiff, which means that all the force from a crash would go straight into the passenger and it would be quite unsafe. So the next thing they did was add a crumple zones to manage the force in a crash. But there's more to this than just making the front of the car weaker. Engineers realized they could actually redirect and control where forces traveled during a crash. Instead of letting the energy shoot straight into the cabin, they designed load paths, intentional routes in the chassis that guided the force through specific parts of the frame. With a modern car, when it hits something head-on, the bumper beam takes the first hit, but the force doesn't continue straight backwards. It gets split and pulled into multiple parts. Some goes upwards through the A-pillars, some travel along the floor rails, some get pushed sideways into the rocker panels, and some is redirected around the wheel wells and outer frame. Basically, the car is doing everything it can to steer the crash energy away from the people inside. So the car isn't just absorbing the impact, it's redistributing it across many structural members, so no single piece takes the full hit. If one path gets overwhelmed, another takes over. And freestyle frames use the same principle, but at a much smaller scale.
Yeah, having a thing in the middle that just purely like compresses the arms and locks them all together is probably not going to do anything for vibration performance. Like some of the parts that you're talking about, like the keystone parts, are like spine, like a spine part that goes down the middle of the frame that attaches front and rear arms together. So they're good. They're typically good for durability because they help spread the load in a crash situation.
Put simply, when you crash your drone, one arm usually takes the first hit, but instead of letting that force slam into the center plate or snap that single arm on its own, the keystone gives that energy a predictable path to follow. By routing the impact through the keystone, the frame can spread that load across a larger, stronger structure instead of letting one arm take everything. The keystone becomes the controlled pathway for crash energy, redirecting it, absorbing some of it, and reducing the chance that that single arm fails. And this is where that gap comes in. By having no contact points between each arm, you make sure that the load is distributed evenly. So it's not going to cross from one arm to the other directly, all the force goes through the keystone. Alright, I know this is all really technical and kind of abstract, because it all happens at a level that you don't even see. But that's kind of the point. The fact is that these tiny details, from how a flight controller responds to input to what happens to the drone in a crash, is what makes a frame good and reliable, so that you can not focus on that and just focus on the flying part. This was a portion of the work that I put into making the archetypes. So if you want to grab one of these, link down below. And of course, this whole video, this whole conversation wouldn't even be possible without Chris Rosser. The dude is the MVP of FPV. So yeah, his details are down below in the pinned comment. Thanks for watching. I hope you learned a thing or two.
我觉得不可能吧，只有2个人，怎么可能？因为这不是为了1、2个人做嘛，就是100个人、200个人，觉得他们到底有没有什么想法？因为他们是专门拍 YouTube 的人， 我觉得应该需要一点计划吧。这个真的第一次听我就觉得哇，
其实在这个公司就是一直在冒险啊，几乎每天都在冒险啊，每天都在挑战新的事情啊，这日常嘛。
이게 왜 무모하지? 내가 생각했을 때는 하다 보면 다 된다고 생각하거든. 그래서 그렇게 무모하다 생각하지 않았어. 어떻게든 잘 굴러가기 때문에 그래서 저는 괜찮았어요.
他很多人。
Yes, sir. 수저리.
哦，是这里哦。哦，你先，哎呦，是不是？哦，OK，我先下哦。哦，你确定是这里吗？
对对是，我们已经昨天
哦，
已经联络过，对对对。
哦，OK OK。
안녕하세요. 안녕하세요.
캐리어 찍 끌고 와.
안녕하세요. 하은이 아직 왔어요.
뭐야?
오늘 벌써 준비하고 있어요?
어떻게 일찍 왔어요?
조금 걱정돼서 이거.
아 진짜?
你需要帮忙吗？我们需要做什么？
要一定要帮我，拜托了。
OK OK。那我们先穿好衣服吧，穿好衣服。我们赶时间吧。
为了安全，为了卫生吗？
对对，为了卫生。他们在看我们，就像是他们最紧逼死的。
哦，是他们也很期待，就对了。哦 ，OK。他们应该没有吃过，还是
没有，完全没有，
完全没有，
一辈子完全没有。因为我昨天跟那个文章明一起聊，他说这一辈子完全没有吃过台湾的这样子。
你讲的，哎呀，那 OK， 压力蛮大的，但应该 OK。
OK。
我第一次进去，然后发现周围全部都是阿嬷。 然后我就觉得，这完全不是谁的。
평생 80년, 90년을 여기 한국에만 있었던 분들인데, 야 이거 되려나? 우리 이거 찍을 수 있을까? 그냥 이것저것.
我觉得其实跟台湾奶奶差不多啊，是奶奶都一样很可爱啊。
我们原来需要这么多小碗吗？
因为有很多位啊。
우리 이거 식판으로 나가요? 아니면 그릇으로 나가요?
당연히 我从台湾带过来的。
와, 都是。
有没有很有台湾的味道？
有。
这个真的是台湾小吃店在用的碗。
对，哇。那还是我们不要用那个식판，我们直接上。
好的。
这样子才会有台湾味。
对对。
哦，有道理。
这些都是特别带过来的，然后连筷子跟汤匙这些，你看连汤匙都跟韩国不一样嘛，韩国是长长的，然后台湾的是像这样子。
这个也是，韩国是边边的，这个是圆圆。
哇。
这都是台湾。
哇。
这样他们会不会不习惯？
应该是不习惯，他们连筷子就，这是什么东东
？OK。
脂肪不用特别弄掉，没关系。
好。
骨头弄掉就好了，但是这个只要半块就好了。
半块。
这个只要一半。
这个大小，所以这个也是卤肉饭，为了。
对，因为就是这个比较多脂肪。
在外面好像在做什么活动？
不是说只有10几位吗？
对啊，可是
我快20位。
对啊，比我们想象的还多，
而且不是只有奶奶，还有爷爷。
对啊，
没问题，我可以。
可是时间来得及吗？
现在是1个多小时吗？
对啊，我们时间上就打开，我第一次看这种的，
它就是
锅嘛，
对，跟大蒜很像，但是它是红色的。
这个
是香菜。
OK， 香菜。
但是你觉得奶奶会有吃过香菜吗？
应该完全没有。
啊，我也很怕，我其实很怕他不吃香菜。等下我们卤肉饭上面就是加1小片啊，如果他们不吃，我们就把它拿掉。
OK， 好。
好，这什么味道？
他们可能会，这뭐야？
就是阿爸爸，就是爸爸。
네 한 번도 안 먹은 거 이게 뭐야? 냄새가 나는데 이렇게 할 거야? 분명히. 就是我有点小小期待，但有点小小的担心。
等一下，我觉得他们闻到那个味道就会丢口水。
那姜的话会放吗？
姜我还是会放一点点，
我觉得比较不太习惯放姜，
但是因为姜它就是有海鲜，我还是 怕海鲜的味道太重，就是一般台湾会海鲜跟姜放在一起，是为了把那个鱼腥味去掉，所以才会放姜。但是我也不知道韩国人是用什么去掉鱼腥味。
那我先水煮蛋，
对，
因为你们家也有那个餐厅嘛，在建国餐厅嘛，通常是韩国客人来，也比较有年纪的会吃吗？
他们会吃，但是我们会 focus 在不要放太多口味，就不要重口味的话，他们应该会可以接受。
OK。
对。
可是你有跟爸爸讲你回来吗？你3个月都没有来韩国。
你说我跟爸爸说我回来了吗？
对。
我还没
讲。
对。
你就马上来这边。
对啊，你们很着急的感觉，所以马上来这里。对。
Oh my god。
对啊，所以我们要好好做。
对。
没关系，我妈妈也不知道我来韩国，现在我还在工作。
我爸爸好像昨天才知道我来。
真的假的？
我也没有讲。喂，怎么来了？喂，你怎么来台湾？喂，
真的吗？
不是说写完再煮蛋吗？不是啊，你这个要挑叶子啊。
哦，是。
你有看过有人这样子连那个根一起吃的吗？
啊，对哦。就叶子要，
只要剥叶子下来
，OK， 没问题。
然后这个也要削皮，芋头要削皮，但是你要小心，因为它就是会黏黏的，你手可能会痒痒。
削皮，
削皮，然后姜也要削皮。
对。
然后这个你也没洗到啊。
OK，
削皮，动作要快点。
好。
今天你不是我的老板，今天你是我的助手，二厨，知道吗？
好 ，Yes sir。Yes sir. 아 진짜 반응이 이상이 안 가.
반응?
진짜 그 해물도 반응.
왜냐면 나이 드신 분들 그 간을 세게 안 드시니까 짜지만 않으면 괜찮을 거야.
역시 전문가.
我也算是介绍美食的人，但是我也一次也没有吃过那道菜。
我也是。
是哦。
有一些热炒店可能会有，但你可能都没有点。大家都常常点什么，炸虾什么
客家小炒，
虾仁，那个什么凤梨虾球。
凤梨虾球，对。所以这道菜是你去热炒店一定会点的。
也没有啊。对我来说是还蛮家常的菜，就是在家里吃到的味道。
我做到不到一半。
我们应该 OK。
它要切成完全小块吗？
对，小小的，
完全跟这个一样，蒜头。
不用到蒜头，但是一片一片的，然后硬硬的地方让它变小小的。
OK。
有人要帮我洗鱼头吗？然后鱼头里面的那个内脏脏脏的，就是都挖一挖这样子。
哇，这鱼头好酷！哇，好香！
真的很香。
果然韩国人就是喜欢吃五花肉。
我想品尝一下，好不好吃？不是为了吃饱。
只是为了试味道。
对啊，试味道。
一定要，等下味道部分就要麻烦你。
对啊，因为他真的是美食家。
我是美食家，可以相信的。
用这杯要放几次才是1800呢
？6次，因为这里标示说300，所以我放6次。我忘了放几次。
重新来。
我忘了，我真的忘了。哎呀。
我不跟你讲话。
不要问我。
哇，你뭐야？
哇，黑白大叔。
真的黑白大叔哎！哇，我第一次看这种东西。
蛋酥。
这样做的话会不一样吗？
就是很香，它如果加进去那个里面，加进去火锅里面的话会很香。
우리 어르신들 좀 드려.
그럴까요?
우리 어르신들 좀 드리세요.
여기다 이렇게 해도 괜찮아요?
저희 고기 있는데 밥 위에 고기 올려야 되겠다.
그래요? 그래도 돼요?
네.
그래도 따로 나갈 생각했는데.
아니, 여기다 같이 나가세요. 좀 주세요.
알겠습니다. 알겠습니다. 다행이다. 우리 따로 드릴 생각에, 배부르시면 어떻게 해야 되는데. 네.
오후는 옆에서 조금씩 구워가지고 드실 때쯤 시간 맞춰서 나가면 될 것 같아요. 그래서 지금 이거 지금 해야 돼? 바로 물을 할까요? 그러면?
이거 넣으면 돼요?
这是米酒吗？原来米酒只是去一点味道，你把它加满。
不是这样子的哦。
아, 나 모르겠다.
你没有人
那么多啊！
你不是说当晚吗？
不是啦，你把我米酒都用完了，
怎么办？
我就带一罐来而已。
我问你100次了，真的500次。
我说酒这样子撒一下，就是让它去一点腥味，然后你把它当这样奶奶，她等下会醉。我以为你还倒掉。知道吗？我以为是酒屁耶。你看到酒太兴奋了。
이거
赶快倒掉啊！
누나 선생님 오늘 고기도 나가야 되니까.
오케이. 원래 음식을 좀 이렇게 술에 졸이지 않나?
네, 我们萝卜干也要去，所以
好的。
不要赶快一点。
오케이. 好的。대만 냄새.
진짜 대만 냄새가.
아 이거 성공했다.
소금 많이 안 넣었어요.
소금 안 넣었다고?
네, 이거味道
너무 기름 넣고 그냥 앞뒤만 노른 영상에서 나가면 돼요?
오케이. 그러면 기름 아까 쓰던 거 있지 않나?
여기 이거 쓰고.
근데 이따가도 等下还会再放萝卜糕给我们，现在只是试看看吧，等下还会再有一次萝卜糕吧。
先给哪一个？
先吃一点点看看，但是等一下正式的还是会有萝卜糕吧，先加一点盐吧。
肉的那个熟度刚刚好，这个不要牙齿，没有牙齿也可以吃。
我觉得我现在再拿上去那个，
那个米味在哪里？
네, 하시면은 저희가 바로 위에다가 너무 짜게 하지 마세요. 너무 짜면은
할머니는 다
네, 나이 드신 분들 짜게 먹는 거 되게 싫어요. 맛 없다고. 여기 밥 위에 올리면은 혹시 싫어하시는 분들 계실 수 있는데 여기다 드릴까요?
거기다 주세요.
네. 그러면 식판 옆에다가 간장처럼 이렇게 먹을 수 있게 여기다 좀 주세요. 여기다가 바로 그 고기 넣으면은 안 좋아하실 수 있으니까 여기다가 좀 주시죠. 맛 한번 다시 봤어요. 마지막. 한 번만 더. 맛은 있다. 이 정도면
와 이거
이 정도면 돼요. 이 정도.
대박 맛이잖아.
진짜요?
이 정도면 돼요. 이 정도.
완전.
이 정도면 돼요?
너무 조금 닮지 않았어요?
너무 그 성의 없어 보여요. 고기를 좀 몇 개만 더 줄 수 있어요? 아야 또 게이드에 봐. 빨리.
没有时间了，现在已经
没时间了. 그리고 조금 너무 조금 팍팍 줘요. 팍팍. 남겨도 되니까. 점점 줄어드는 거죠.
알겠어요.
我怕不够吃啦。
몇 명 거지? 이게 총 몇 분이세요? 할머니 18분? 이제 또 많아지셔서 됐어. 그냥 그렇게 해. 얼마큼 있어요? 한번 봐. 이렇게 충분해. 이 정도면. 충분해. 이 정도 맞춰서 주세요.
알겠습니다.
여기 담을 때 국물 부분 밑에서부터 좀 주세요. 왜냐면 기름 많으면은 이제 플레이팅이 좀 보기 안 좋아.
안 좋아서. 오케이. 너무 생각보다 못했다.
이거 양 바로 바뀌었네. 양은 일정하게 부탁드릴게요. 네, 그 정도면 좋을 것 같아요.
여기 반찬하기 전화를 보는 거예요.
그 무인데 저희 지금 불이 없어가지고.
불이 없어가지고?
네. 이거 그래서 빨리 저희 고기만 하는 게 아니라 우리 로봇가도 해야 돼.
로봇가는 건강하니까 여기 있어. 더 넣어요?
뭐야? 미안. 여기.
이미 다 앉아 계신데.
아직 많이 남았지? 많이 남았으니까 또.
썰어야 돼. 지금 딴게 할게 올라가요. 어쩔 수 없어. 잠깐만. 이거 얼마큼 배워놨는데.
진지状态.
배워야 이것도 안 돼요. 그러면 한참 있어야 된다. 이걸 해야 돼요.
먼저 국물 나가세요. 저희 이거는.
아니, 콩만 나가나.
这边空间不够。对。因为我们还要放萝卜糕，但是萝卜糕还没好，因为要再煮猪汤。
이거 고기 이거 자꾸 고기 왜 이렇게 주면 안 돼? 똑같이 줘야 돼.
오케이.
这样可以吗？
这样可以吗？
我们只有1个小时准备，然后应该大家在厨房工作过的人，应该1个小时所有东西从0到10我们都要准备。我觉得时间真的来不及，所以我那时候我发现我的压力很大，但是我也不想跟他们发脾气，因为这一开始就觉得这是不可能的。
那为什么刚刚不煮呢？因为时间不够嘛。那为什么时间不够？因为第一次来，第一天见面就叫我要煮东西，有这样在做企划的吗？是我们老板想的，所以这应该是他的问题吧？我已经够忙了。
이게 내가 요리를 막 준비하고 있는데 밖에 소리가 들리더라고. 고장 뭐 이거 만든다고 뭐 이 시간이 이렇게 오래 걸리나? 이러면서 그러시니까 아 이거 진짜 망했다. 아 어떡하지? 저렇게 오래 기다리셨는데 만약에 입맛에 안 맞거나 하면 와 이거는 진짜 난리 나겠다.
快没有了，还有很多个吗？
선생님 이거를 하고 이걸 올리세요. 이걸 내려내고.
네.
이걸 끈 거예요?
그 지금 북이 나가야 되는 거예요?
나가야 되니까.
오케이.
전자레인지 하나씩.
네, 이거 드러내고.
우선 계속 담아, 계속 담아.
아 이거 뺄까요?
예, 예.
오케이. 이거 빼고 어디다 놓을까? 아 여기다 놓을까?
누나. 아, 안
샤신
넣어.
샤신.
다 됐네. 네, 고기 다 넣네요.
还有酒，好小，然后大家挤在一起打架，
对啊。
然后炉子又只有2个。
지금 빨리 어르신들 드셔야 돼서 오케이. OK， 所以通常我奶奶也是已经超过吃饭的时间，他们会生气。
다 드렸을까요?
이거에 조심해. 잠깐만 한 개 더. 프라이팬 한 개 더. 이거? 이건 안 돼. 벗겨졌어?
그건 안. 그 코팅이 다 벗겨져가지고 안 나오는데 안 나올까? 그냥 해야지.
그냥 한 개. 근데 이 사람 로봇가 한 번만.
네, 로봇 바로 갈게요 제가.
이거를 묶어주면요. 가슴
煎到有点恰恰的比较好吃。
맛있어.
마늘 소스 괜찮아요? 마늘 소스.
오케이, 마늘 소스.
有蒜蓉的。
매운 거 아니죠?
매운 거 아니에요. 不是。已经都出去了吗？还要吗？萝卜糕还要吗？
萝卜糕我们
那你这边煎完这边
应该会缺1、2个吧。
先做鱼头汤。
이게 무는 떡처럼 된 거래. 무래요. 무래 이게 재료가. 한번 드셔보세요. 아니 가식은 하지 말고 잡수실 만큼만 잡수세요. 가식은 하면 안 됩니다. 괜찮아요. 가식은 그것도 괜찮아요. 맛있어요?
너무 잘했어. 네? 아, 입맛에 맞으면 좀 더 드릴까요? 잠시만요. 오. 누가 너무 맛있다고 좀 더 달라고 하시네. 와. 아니야, 지금 준비한 대로만 주시면 돼요.
너무 가식은 안 될 것 같아서
맛있다.
아니, 저희가 만두편 갖고 왔어요. 여기 말고 아마 대만에서 고기랑 이제 무랑 같이 해가지고 섞어가지고.
이 정도면 지금 맛있어요.
아, 그쵸. 약간.
뭐 달라고 하세요? 응.
근데 너무 어르신들이 너무 좋아하셔요.
아, 다행이다.
수고하셔서 너무 잘 드신다.
아, 진짜? 다행이다.
맛있다 하시네.
진짜요? 아까 한 거는 다 나갔어요.
이게 밥에서 풀치고 들어가
이거 찍어 먹었어요? 소스. 와. 감사합니다.
네, 이제 할게요. 이제 드실 거. 우리 이제 接下来要做那个劳斯们的. 와, 나 방금 刚刚我太紧张, 요즘 긴장감都是有点.
묵처럼 해놨어요. 묵처럼.
와트라 그래서.
네, 근데 식감이 이빨이 필요 없을 정도로 해놔가지고 묵에다가 고기 좀 이렇게 다진 거랑 이렇게 해가지고 묵처럼 만들어요. 그 다음에 이렇게 하는 거예요.
갈아서.
네, 갈아가지고.
국물 짜고.
아, 사실 저희는 만들어진 거 갖고 온 거긴 한데 원래는 이제 그런 식으로 해요. 원래는. 네. 맛있게 드세요. 아, 괜찮죠? 네. 아이. 고기는 좀 어떻게 드시는 것 같아요? 좀 남기시는 것 같아요?
이 고기 맛은 어때요?
맛있어요? 아이고, 감사합니다.
근데 우리 연준 씨 고기 잘 안 드시거든요.
네네네.
많이 드셨죠?
아, 평소에 안 드시는데.
여기가 비린내가 안 나서 맛있어요. 고기 맛있어.
아, 정말요? 와, 다행이네요. 아이고.
잊어버리지 말고 나중에.
아, 다행이다.
생선가 괜찮은가 보다.
아, 네.
저만 안 드셔도
아이고. 아이고, 입맛에 맞으시다니. 입맛에 맞으시다니 다행입니다. 진짜 좋아.
좋아요?
그러니까 우리 반찬은 다 드셨는데 한국 반찬 안 드셔.
아, 근데 로우파는 로우 괜찮아요?
로우도 다 먹어.
로우 吃完了.
고기 잘 안 드시는 분도
근데 간장 맛이는 괜찮아요?
입맛에 맞으시네. 다.
밥이랑 같이 드셨어요?
밥이랑 이렇게. 밥이 거의 다 드셨던데.
오 마이 갓.
哇，他们吃了一口就发现他们蛮喜欢我们的东西，我就哇。
其实没有想到奶奶们会这么喜欢呢，因为那时候就想说，他们应该就只是觉得平常的味道差不多啊，还好吧。结果他们一直冲进来说我还要，然后一直请那个旁边的社工帮忙带过来，就有点开心。这种台湾的食物当然好吃咯，而且这个对我们的这次的计划，我觉得是一个蛮好的开始，好兆头。
아니 근데 맛있어 하니까 와 이거는 진짜 기적이다. 이게 진짜 말도 안 된다. 나는 내 귀를 의심했어. 맛있다고 했다고요? 계속 물어본 거지. 내가 믿을 수가 없으니까 아까 이렇게 이게 뭐 한다고 이렇게 시간이 오래 걸리나 했던 분이 갑자기 먹으면서 맛있네 이러니까 뭐야 이거. 로봇 가우 더 없어요? 더 주세요. 원하신대요.
로봇가 어떻게 만드냐고 막 물어보는 거야. 놀랬어. 신기하네.
진짜 평생 먹어본 적 없는 맛을 주니까. 你知道吗？老师们刚刚说，哎，我们的在准备，我们的还有，他们一直问，我们的可以吗？
压力超大，压力山大。等一下，等一下给我一点时间。
好 ，OK。那我们接下来就要做，就是老师们要吃的汤。
我把东西都整理。
好。
어떻게 드셨어요? 예.
그러니까 밥이랑 같이 드시네요.
다 드셨어요.
오 마이 갓.
我真的不敢相信，我真的一点都没有期待。他们说好吃不错，我要继续吃，我完全没有期待这样。
맛있게 드셨나요?
예, 그나마.
감사합니다. 맛있게 드셔서 감사합니다. 이제 선생님들 거 준비하면 되나요?
예, 저희는 12시 정도 남아서.
네네네. 그럼 빨리 준비하도록 하겠습니다. 진짜 다 드셨어요. 진짜.
다들 요거만 드시고.
이거는 안 드셨어. 네. 이게 어떻게? 저거不可能的，不可能。韩国人一辈子吃不了这个新奇，你们看，这个不可能，不可能。 아니 김치를 남긴다는 건 말도 안 되는. 한국인한테 김치는 없으면 안 되는 건데 이 김치를.除了新奇 然后以外全部吃光了，
真的假的？
真的啊！
心情甚至留下来了。
对，他们甚至没有碰到，完全没有吃，完全没有吃，
是哦。
真的完全没有吃。
韩国人不是一餐不吃心情不行吗？
对啊，可是他们连碰也都没有碰到，
太夸张了，你太夸张了，你不要骗我啦！我没有出去，你不要骗我。
真的啊，刚刚我们有证据了，我们刚刚有拍下来啊。
真的啊。
然后他们5分钟也都吃完了。
所以一开始我们担心他们会不会不喜欢，但是
然后想说这个是什么没看过，还好他们喜欢，因为刚刚其实还蛮可怕的。
对，
战争。
무전도 이름이 알고 싶다. 무전이래 무전. 무전 그렇지 않죠? 그 원수들이 너무 잘 되셔가지고 계속 리필했어요. 내가 무전태가 무떡하는 거야. 우리가 그거는 여기서 많이 무떡이라 했다. 무떡 많이 안 돼서 뽑는데 뽑는데도 장사하니까 밥처럼 하나가지고 간식 이게 샌드위치처럼 여기다가 이렇게 야채 얹어놓고 대만 하시려는데 그게 너무 많게 안 찍어서 만족해서 저게 아침에 간편하게 볼 수 있는 대표 음식이래요. 아침에 먹고 그렇게 됐네. 대만 가면 한국 사람들이 좋아하는 잘 없어요. 그 정식이나 이런 데가 현지 음식 일반 식당에 가면 이런 거 없어. 그냥 이 아는 늘 가면서 셔터나 아니면 우유 이런 거 회사 안에 뭐야 어떤 맛집이 있어요? 그래요. 있다.
他们已经都做好了，已经在等了。
真的哦。
对。
哇。
他们一直就是看我们有没有做完，然后他们也一直想吃，然后还特别跟我说，我们也想吃萝卜糕，还有吗？萝卜糕。
真的。
他们很喜，你担心吗？
很担心啊，因为沙茶的话。 약간 한국 없는 맛이라서 안 먹을 수도 있어.
이거는 진짜 먹고 이거 조금 못 먹겠는데 할 수도 있어 이 맛은. 진짜不用担心. 왜냐 우리 비밀 무기가 있잖아.
비밀?
비밀 무기 갖고 왔지.
무기 있어요? 비밀 무기?
맛있는 리지 거.
그台北 리지 100年传统老店台北 리지예요.
对哦. 이 소스太세了吧? 이거 성공 못해도 괜찮아요. 맛있는甜点 있으니까.
아, 甜点. 특별한 거 갖고 왔어.
타이양빙이랑 벼비빙.
약간 타양빙은 조금 부드럽고 중간은 엿 있어서 아마 좋아하실 것 같아요.
그래서 무조건 좋아해.
我看你一直放那个盐巴。
盐巴，因为刚刚都没有放盐巴。
哦。那盐巴
再一点吗？
再一点。然后我觉得这个有点太水了，要不要再煮一点？
不用，因为它本来就是火锅。
哦，有的是火锅。
I like.
OK.
야. 우와 뭐야? 오 마이 갓.
이거 나가자마자 로보가 바로 해줘.
오케이. 那我先准备卤肉饭。
啊 ，OK。你要把盐再放一下吗？还是？
我上面加一点那个葱，看起来比较漂亮。但是因为有绿色的画面比较好看。
我갈게요.
내가 젊었을 때 내가 따라다녔는데 이제는 못 따라다니니까.
오래 기다리셨습니다. 이게 대만 그 전통 음식 롤러판이란 거 올려드릴 거고요. 흰쌀밥에
배불러 못 먹어.
같이 흰쌀밥에 돼지고기 조린 거를 좀 올려드릴 거예요. 그거 드셔보시고 만약에 모자르시면 말씀해주세요. 고수 안 드시는 분 계세요?
저는 안 먹어.
고수 안 드세요?
아 고수.
잘 먹겠습니다.
네, 맛있게 드세요.
아직 음식은 나올 거예요. 몇분 아직 여기 지금 세 사람.
네, 어저께 말씀하신 동파요 덮밥.
그런 거 동파요.
여기 맛있어. 맛있네. 부드러운 건 있어.
고수.
얘가 고수야.
여기 고수 달라고 할까? 고수 드실 분?
하나가? 여기 드리면 맛있어요 고수. 감사합니다. 아, 고기 맛있다. 고기 맛 괜찮네. 고기 많이 드시고. 저기.
아까 안 드신다 했잖아요 고수. 근데 고수 계속 드시네.
고수랑 같이 먹어야지.
그쵸?
너무 맛있어요.
아니,
고수를 여기다 놓을게요. 그 밥 다 먹기 전에 빨리 탕 할까요?
네, 탕
탕 지금 그 생상吗? 오케이.
要小心啊，
오케이.
砂锅很重，
뭐 받침.
垫这个东西吧。
저희 받침 몇 개만 깔아줄래? 그거는 그대로 놔줘.
오케이.
有两个锅，
다 이승 쉬워. 괜찮습니다. 생선 연어 들어간 저희 이제 대만 전통 이제 국물 요리 하나 올려드리겠습니다. 저 연어 대가리가 들어간 연어 전통 국물 요리 올려드릴게요. 제가 바로 올려드릴게요. 잠시만요.
뭐가 있어? 아, 옥수수 들어있는 것 같은데? 아, 옥수수 들었네.
떠드시면
아, 이거 계란을 튀겨서 이렇게.
배추 국물 먼저 좀 드시다가 여기 이제 생선 대가리 이제 살 좀 발라서
선생님 나
드시면
해주세요.
이제 밥이랑 좀 잘 어울리실 거예요. 드실 때 이제 최대한 새우였어요. 생선은 손질했는데 드실 때 뭐 뼈 같은 거 안 씹히시고 잘 드시는 거예요.
나는 그냥
네, 그래서 현지 가면은 이렇게 토마토 같은 걸 좀 넣어가지고 네, 네네네 그 맛을 좀 구현해내려고
맛이 약간 이 국물이
네, 토마토가 들어갔어요.
요리가 아니고 조금 유명하신 거예요?
아니요. 그 기본적인 레시피는 그대로 가져가는 대신에 이제 현지에서는 예를 들면 이제 찰옥수수잖아요. 거기는 초당옥수수처럼 좀 더 달달한 그 재료의 본연의 좀 차이지 레시피는 같아요. 드실만 하세요, 어르신? 진짜 상이 잘. 국물 더 드릴까요? 이거 물렁살. 네.
근데 뭐 전화 온 거다.
부드럽게.
우리 무조건 다 어르신 다 나쁜 거야. 무적. 무적 기준가 있는 거. 다. 아, 그래서 그렇구나.
로또를 지금 하고 있습니다. 로또 맛이 좀 궁금하시죠? 정말요? 감사합니다.
첫 술보다
드실수록
이거
오염식 같아. 맛있게 드시죠? 엄청 시원.就是 먹을수록 맛있다. 처음에는 뭐지? 너무 토분이 더 들어가면 좋겠다고 그랬는데 더 달라고 하고 살도 발라들었어. 이거 계란은 왜 들어갔어? 계란도 같이 넣은 거야?
混蛋，
원래 그래?
台湾早餐店的吃法。
오케이. 왜냐면
This is a full-sized FPV drone, and this is a micro drone. And today I'm going to find out if this drone can pull off a race launch. Now, ordinarily to do this, the drone will need to rest on its two front arms. Since it doesn't have this, it'll be resting on its prop guards. So I put down a rubber mat for grip, armed it, and as I pushed forward, I noticed it kept falling to the side. Turns out this was happening because it was resting on the battery, and the singular pivot point in the center wasn't steady enough to launch. So I moved it back. This helped to make sure that the prop guards would hit the ground first. And from here, I could pivot up till I found the balance point and launch it. Then maybe this isn't meant for indoor flight. This is a full-sized FPV drone, and this is a full-sized This is a full-sized FPV drone, and this is a micro drone. And today I'm going to find out if this drone can pull off a race launch. Now, ordinarily to do this, the drone will need to rest on its two front arms. Since the
我觉得不可能吧。 너무 잘했어요. 네? 아, 입맛에 맞으면 좀 드릴까요? 잠시만요. 오. 누나 너무 맛있다고 좀 더 달라고 하시네. 와. 아니야, 지금 준비한 대로만 주시면 돼요. 아니, 저희가 만제품 갖고 왔어요. 여기 말고 아마 대만에서 고기랑 이제 무랑 같이 해가지고 섞어가지고.
이 정도면 이거 맛있어요.
아, 그쵸. 약간.
뭐 달라고 하세요? 근데 너무 어르신들이 너무 좋아하셔요.
아, 너무 잘하셨어요.
너무 잘 드신다.
아, 진짜. 오, 대박.
맛있다 하시네.
진짜요? 아까 한 거는 다 나갔어요.
밥에 더 풀수고 들어도 됐다. 원래 저거 하나만 안 했거든.
소스 더 찍어 먹었어요. 소스. 와. 감사합니다.
네, 이제 할게요. 이제 드실 거. 우리 이제 接下来要做那个老师们的。哇，나 방금刚刚我太紧张，有点紧张到就是有点。
묵처럼 해놨어요. 묵처럼.
와트라 그래도.
네, 근데 식감이 이빨이 필요 없을 정도로 해놔가지고 묵에다가 고기 좀 이렇게 다진 거랑 이렇게 해가지고 묵처럼 만들어요. 그 다음에 이렇게 하는 거예요.
갈아서.
네, 갈아가지고.
국물 짜고.
아, 사실 저희는 만들어진 거 갖고 온 거긴 한데 원래는 이제 그런 식으로 해요. 원래는. 네. 맛있게 드세요. 아, 괜찮죠? 네. 아이. 고기는 좀 어떻게 드시는 것 같아요? 좀 남기시는 것 같아요?
고기 맛은 어때요?
맛있어요? 아이고, 감사합니다.
근데 우리 여기는 고기 잘 안 드시거든요.
네네네.
많이 드셨다.
아, 평소에 안 드시는데.
고기가 비린내가 안 나는 거죠. 고기 맛있어.
아, 정말요? 와. 다행이네요. 아이고. 아, 다행이다. 아, 네. 아이고. 아이고, 입맛에 맞으시다니. 입맛에 맞으시다니 다행입니다. 전 진짜 좋아.
좋아요?
그러니까 우리 반찬은 다 드셨는데 한국 반찬 안 드셨어.
아, 근데 루로우파는 로 괜찮아요?
로우도 다 먹어.
肉吃完了，
고기 잘 안 드시는 분도
근데 간장 맛이는 괜찮아요.
입맛에 맞으시네. 다.
밥이랑 같이 드셨어요?
밥이랑 이렇게 밥이 거의 다 드셨던데.
Oh my god！
哇，他们吃了一口就发现他们蛮喜欢我们的东西，我就哇。
其实没有想到奶奶们会这么喜欢呢，因为那时候就想说，他们应该就只是觉得平常的味道差不多啊，还好吧。结果他们一直冲进来说我还要，然后一直请那个旁边的社工帮忙带过来，就有点开心。这种台湾的食物当然好吃咯，而且这个对我们的这次的企划，我觉得是一个蛮好的开始，好兆头。
아니 근데 맛있어 하니까 와 이거는 진짜 기적이다. 이게 진짜 말도 안 된다. 나는 내 귀를 의심했어. 맛있다고 했다고요? 계속 물어본 거지. 내가 믿을 수가 없으니까. 아까 이렇게 이게 뭐 한다고 이렇게 시간이 오래 걸리나? 했던 분이 갑자기 먹으면서 맛있네 이러니까 뭐야 이거? 로봇 가우 더 없어요? 더 주세요. 원하신대요.
로봇가 어떻게 만드냐고 막 물어보는 거야. 그래서 놀랬어. 신기하네.
예, 진짜 평생 먹어본 적 없는 맛을 주니까. 你知道吗？老师们刚刚说，哎，我们的在准备，我们的还有，他们一直问，我们的可以吗？
压力超大，亚历山大。等一下，等一下给我一点时间。
好 ，OK。那我们接下来就要做，就是老师们要吃的汤。
我把东西都整理。
好。
맛있게 드셨어요? 예.
이거 밥이랑 같이 드시네요.
다 드셨어요.
오 마이 갓. 진짜 너무 우울증에도 쓰지 말래요. 我真的不敢相信，我真的一点都没有期待。他们说好吃不错，我要继续吃，我完全没有期待这样。맛있게 드셨나요?
예, 그나마.
감사합니다. 맛있게 드셔서 감사합니다. 이제 선생님들께 준비하면 되나요?
아, 예, 저희는 12시 정도 넘어서.
네네네. 그럼 빨리 준비하도록 하겠습니다. 나 진짜
저희 반찬 때문에.
아 진짜.
다들 요거만 드시고.
이거는 안 드셨어.
네.
这个不可能的，不可能。他会一辈子吃了这个新奇，您看，这个不可能，不可能。 아니 김치를 남긴다는 건 말도 안 되는. 한국인한테 김치는 없으면 안 되는 건데 이 김치를.
반찬이 많이 나갈 때 네 가지가 나가.
除了新奇，然后以外全部吃光了。
真的假的？
真的啊？
新奇甚至留下来了。
对，他们甚至没有碰到，完全没有吃，完全没有吃。
是哦。
真的完全没有吃。
韩国人不是一餐不吃新奇不行吗？
对啊，可是他们连碰也都没有碰到，
太夸张了！你太夸张了，你不要骗我啦！我没有出去，你不要骗我。
真的啊，刚刚我们有证据了，我们刚刚有拍下来啊。
是啊。
然后他们5分钟也都吃完了。
所以一开始我们担心他们会不会不喜欢，但是
刚刚想说这个是什么没看过，还好他们喜欢，因为刚刚其实还蛮可怕的。
对，
战争。好。
이거 안 줄까? 이거 안 형님, 나 이거 안 줄까? 여기 무적도 이름이 알고 싶다. 무적이래, 무적. 무적 근데 맞죠? 어르신들이 너무 잘 되셔가지고 계속 리필했어요. 내가 전체가 무적 하면 돼요. 그래요? 그거는 여기 또 많이 무적이라 했다. 무적 정상을 많이 생각하고 있어요. 많이 알려서 먹는데 했는데도 밥처럼 하나가지고 간식 이게 샌드위치처럼 하나 여기다가 이렇게 이렇게 야채 얹어갖고 샌드위치만 대만 하시려는데 그게 너무 많게 안 시켜서 만족해서 이게 아침에 간편하게 볼 수 있는 대표 음식이래. 그렇게 됐네. 그냥 내가 말고 한국 사람들이 좋아하는 거 잘 없어요. 그 음식이나 이런 거 현지 음식, 일반 식당에 가면 이런 거 없어. 그냥 우리 아는 맨날 가면 샤브샤브나 아니면 우유 이런 거. 세상에 안에 뭐야 어떤 맛집이 있어요. 그래요. 있다.
他们已经都做好了，我们在等了。
哦，真的哦。
对，
哇，
他们一直就是看我们，哦，我们要做完，然后他们也一直想吃，然后还特别跟我说，哦，我们也想吃萝卜糕，还有吗？萝卜糕。
真的哦。
他们好奇，你担心吗？
很担心啊，因为沙茶的话약간 한국 없는 맛이라서 안 먹을 수도 있어.
이거는 진짜 먹고 이거 조금 못 먹겠는데 할 수도 있어 이 맛은. 진짜不用担心. 왜냐 우리 비밀 무기가 있잖아.
비밀?
비밀 무기 갖고 왔어.
무기 있어요? 비밀 무기?
맛있는 리지 거.
그台北 리지 100年传统老店台北 리지예요.
또예요. 니是不是太 세了吧? 이거 성공 못해도 괜찮아요. 맛있는 甜点 있으니까.
아, 甜点. 특별한 거 갖고 왔어.
타이양빙이랑 벼슬빙.
약간 타양빙은 조금 부드럽고 중간은 엿 있어서 아마 좋아하실 것 같아요.
아, 그러니까.
무조건 좋아해.
我看你一直放那个盐巴。
盐巴，因为刚刚都没有放盐巴。
哦，那盐巴
再一点吗？
再一点，然后我觉得这个有点太水了，要不要再煮一点？
不用不用，因为它本来就是火锅。
哦，有的就火锅。
I like.
OK。
우와 뭐야? Oh my god.
이거 나가자마자 로봇가 바로 해줘.
오케이. 那我先准备卤肉饭.
아, OK. 你要把盐再放一下吗？还是？
我上面加一点那个葱，看起来比较漂亮。但是因为有绿色的画面比较好看。
이거 갈게요. 아, 오래 기다리셨습니다. 이게 대만 그 전통 음식 롤러판이란 거 올려드릴 거고요. 흰쌀밥에 갓진 흰쌀밥에 돼지고기 조린 거를 좀 올려드릴 거예요. 이거 드셔보시고 만약에 모자르시면 말씀해 주세요. 고수 안 드시는 분 계세요?
저는 좋아.
고수 안 드세요?
아 고수. 아 싫어서 너는 잘 먹겠습니다.
네, 맛있게 드세요.
아니 음식은 나올 거야. 웃기니까. 지금 몇 분 아직
여기 지금
세 사람.
네, 어저께 말씀하신 동파요 그 동파.
그런 거
이게 맛있어. 향이 다르네. 향이 달라. 부드러운 건 있어.
고수.
얘가 고수야.
여기 고수 달라고 할까? 고수 드실 분?
하나만. 다른 사람들끼리 여기 되겠네. 맛있어요 고수.
너무 좋아요.
고수랑 같이 먹어야 돼. 감사합니다.
고기 맛있다.
고기 맛 괜찮네. 고기. 많이 드시고.
네.
저기.
아까 안 드신다 했잖아요 고수. 근데 고수 계속 드시네.
고수랑 같이 먹어야지.
그쵸?
너무 맛있어요.
아니.
고수를 여기다 넣을게요. 그 밥 다 먹기 전에 빨리 탕 할까요?
네, 탕.
탕 지금 그 생각만. 오케이.
要小心啊。
오케이.
砂锅很重。
뭐 받침?
垫的东西吧。
저희 받침 몇 개만 깔아줄래? 그거는 그대로 놔줘.
오케이.
有2个锅。
다 이제 쉬워. 괜찮습니다. 생선 연어 들어간 이제 대만 전통 이제 국물 요리 하나 올려드리겠습니다. 이제 연어 대가리 같이 들어간 전통 국물 요리 올려드리겠습니다. 제가 바로 올려드릴게요. 잠시만요.
뭐가 있어? 아, 옥수수. 누구도 들어온 것 같은데? 아, 옥수수 들었네.
떠드시는
아,
이거 계란을 튀겨서 이렇게.
이렇게 배추 국물 먼저 좀 드시다가 여기 이제 생선 대가리 이제 살 좀 발라서 드시면 이제 밥이랑 좀 잘 어울리시고 드실 때 이제 최대한 새우 생선은 손질했는데 드실 때 뭐 뼈 같은 거 안 씹히시게 잘 드시면
나는 그냥
네, 그래서 현지 가면은 이렇게 토마토 같은 걸 좀 넣어가지고 네, 네네네 그 맛을 좀 구현해내려고
끝맛이 약간
이 국물이
네, 토마토가
요리가 아니고 조금 변형하신 거예요?
아니요. 그 기본적인 레시피는 그대로 가져가는 대신에 이제 현지에서는 예를 들면 이제 찰옥수수잖아요. 거기는 초당 옥수수처럼 좀 더 달달한 그 재료의 본연의 좀 차이지 레시피는 같습니다. 드실만 하세요, 어르신? 진짜. 삶이 잘. 국물 더 드릴까요? 이거 물렁살. 네.
근데 너 전화 온 거다. 우리 무적은 다 어르신 다 하는 거야. 무적. 무적 주신다는 거.
무적
다. 그래서 그렇구나.
로또를 지금 하고 있습니다. 로또 맛이 좀 궁금하시죠? 정말요? 감사합니다.
첫 술보다
드실수록
잉어?
보양식 같죠? 맛있게 드십시오. 엄청 시원. 저는 사실 먹을수록 맛있다. 처음에는 뭐지? 너무 조금이 더 들어가면 좋겠다 뭐 그랬는데 더 달라고 하고 살도 밟아들었어. 이거 계란은 왜 들어갔어? 계란도 같이 넣은 거야?
混蛋
원래 그래?
台湾早餐店的吃法
오케이. 왜냐면 그럴 거면 전부 다 있는 게 아니라
근데 有一些是只有煎的然后有一些是混蛋
어떤 거? 무슨 맛이 돼? 다음에 우선 따로 가면 옥수수 집어넣어가면 돼.
고기 한번 넣어볼까? 아니 왜 자꾸 뭐 하려네 그러지 말고 그냥 진짜가 안 먹는 걸로 너도 배차 들었잖아. 아니 그게 아니고 왜 자꾸 무떡 주문하고 다 하려고 그랬고 그만 하고 해.
아니 고기가 나오나? 그래. 안 먹어. 아니 이 고기 그래.
마지막 요리 나갑니다. 계속 드시고 싶어 했던
넘어가.
소스가 2개 있어요. 그래서 만드는 거 찍어주시면 돼요. 근데 이건 2가지 방법이 있어요. 이렇게 먹는 방법이 이렇게 직접 먹는 것도 있고 이거 계란이랑 같이 섞어서 먹는 방법도 있어요.
而且你看砂锅都见底了，
真的，这个
还好我把它
我真的
砍过来。
没想到，입맛에 좀 맞으세요? 我觉得香脆是好吃的，但是韩国人的印象就
还没吃过就觉得好像很不好吃，
对
有刻板印象。
对对对，
刚才说你希望小朋友会走进来，但是
外面根本没有小朋友。
对啊，这附近有小学吗？我也不知道。
如果我们明天就是没有人来的话，那这些全部准备好的东西都要丢掉这样我也吃不了那么多啊。
그 아는 식당을 빨리 좀 먹고 해줘요. 재료랑 다 사고 지금 뭐 할지 다 생각하고 지금 다 해놨는데 지금 셰프님이랑 준비했는데
식당이 필요한 거야? 그 음식점이 필요한 거야?
식당 둘 다 식당이랑 음식점 똑같은 거 아니에요?
이야기해 볼게요.
내일.
내일?
응. 大家好，我是助理。今天呢，在下雨，然后就是这里是我住的地方青浦，因为我是桃园中立青浦人嘛。然后呢，今天呢，我住在台湾第3年了，我的朋友都没有来找我，왜냐면 다들 멀다고 타워인이라고
근데 오늘 드디어 엘키가 나랑 친구한 지 3년 만에 날 찾으러 왔어. 근데 지금 방을 보고 있네. 뭔데?
我在看房子。
사게?
哎，租。
用租的。
我想要伊莎。真的。
이사 오고 싶다고?
对。今天第一次来这边，然后我觉得还不错。
3년 전에 3년 전에 내가 이제 엘키랑 처음 만났을 때
아 왜 말 안 했어? 이렇게 좋은지.
3년 전에 만났을 때 언니 어디 살아? 아, 네, 我说
그랬어?
我住在桃园。然后他说啊，真的好远呢，桃园，你来这边需要1-2个小时吗？我说搭高铁就很快就会到啊，20分钟而已。啊，可是还是很远呢。이랬잖아。
那是谁呀？那个一定是一个没有见过世面的人啦。那个是我吗？
너도 그렇고
2-3年前的我啦。
모든 타이베이에 살고 있는 내 친구들이 그랬어.
那现在我来黑庙黑。 就是我觉得今天来这边看完之后，交通非常的方便，这边有机场捷运，这边也有高铁，然后旁边还有什么各种买的。
이케아.
好爽。
나 진짜로 내가 여기 친구 산다고 했을 때 진짜 좋은 데 사네? 거기 환경 엄청 좋은데 라고 해준 사람이 없었어. 근데 친구 살아본 사람은 알거든. 여기 진짜 좋거든.
哎呀，你应该要再强烈一点给我推荐。
我一直有3年前一直讲了，可是没有人承认。 그래서 엘키가 지금 이사를 생각을 진짜 하고 있어?
맞아, 진짜 하고 있어. 아까 이거名片도 받았어.
말로만 그런 거 아니지?
아니 진짜로 집 보러 올 거야. 언니 이름 되면 좀 할인이 되나?
여기 친구 여기
都是你的.
내 그냥 내
구역이야.
내가 그냥 사는 곳. 할인은 조금 힘들 것 같고.
그러면 집밥 해줄 수 있어?
해줄 수 있지. 근데 그리고 여기가 되게 평화롭고 좋아.
평화로워? 어떻게?
엄청 그냥 피스풀해. 그리고 내가 오늘 여기 또 만난 이유는 뭐냐면 내가 어찌됐든 우리 둘 다 대만에 산 지 3년 정도가 됐잖아.
맞아. 와 벌써.
우리 거의 대만 동시에 왔어.
맞아.
그리고 이제 이 3년 동안에 뭐라 할지 변화에 대해서 조금 얘기를 해보려고.
있지 많지.
뭔가 대만에서 어떤 걸 이뤘는지 생활 습관은 어떻게 바뀌었는지 난 좀 너랑 얘기해보고 싶더라고. 좀 공감이 서로 많이 될 것 같아서.
나 갑자기 생각난 게 있어.
뭐?
제일 큰 변화는 옷 스타일.
옷 스타일?
뭔가 옛날에는 나 사실 이렇게 뭔가 까고 다니지 않아.
야,
근데 여기는 너무 덥고 진짜 그리고 그것도 있어. 더운 것도 더운 건데 사람들이 되게 개방적이어서 여자들이 他们都会打扮得很漂亮，然后就会让你觉得 나도 그렇게 입어도 괜찮을 것 같은데 사람들이 이상하게 안 쳐다볼 것 같은데 뭔가 자신감이 생기고.
나 뭔 말인지 알아. 우리 들어가서 더 얘기하자. 나 할 말이 많거든 지금. 일단 렛츠고. 오늘 맛있는 거 먹어야 되거든. 오케이. 자 이제는
哇，好多选择。
맞지?
提词机，提词机。
的 Pocket 文本上面。那另外一个是，哦好，这边开展一下玩一下哦，然后就去别的地方，就跟他去一样世界。
你也要去公园里了？
应该是说再超越他的预期，让他也觉得有趣。我觉得是一种这种心情。就你这样很有趣，对，那我这样是不是更有趣？然后他也会想笑，然后有时候就笑场了，有时候就怎么样的。对，然后有时候两个人一起很害怕，就是失败了，冷场了。然后后来做那个不，你们就是要等我冷场而已啊。第三个人做这个就是冷场。
我没有，
你有啊？
我
你有的话你就
我在外面看这一切，就是你们两个把自己整到什么地步？
没有，你后来都有加，你后来都有自己加一个不，谁在这个什么看懂啊？你会努力 score me。然后就做了一次啦，然后秘书长就做一次啊，让我做不就第三次吗？还说你没有？
你可以不要做啊，
不要看我啊！
你真的一直觉得你是这个段子的受害者的感觉？
受害者吗？没有觉得受害者，但那一拍绝对完全是受害者，
因为那样才好笑啊！你必须要担当那个位置。
没有人笑。他在做那个温狗奖的时候是有人笑，我在做不的时候是没有人笑的，只有你们两个在笑，只有米克长和陈彦在笑，你别以为我没有判断观众的状况好不好？他妈受害者理论呢，我还是做啦。
那你们真的就是恶意了。
我还是做啦。但说真的，
很有趣。
对冷场的追求癖，这个也是要控制的啦。因为冷场的玩法过多的时候，其实就也蛮恐怖的。我光那一次我就觉得蛮恐怖的。那一个段子，那一次我就觉得我会害怕了，因为它太聚焦了。你的是用话题带过，然后随便做了一次。秘书长是很开心做了一次，是这个顺序吗？对吧？
没有，秘书长先做啊，然后我做啊，
然后你做啊，然后到我做啊，对啊。
但你知道在听觉上，这是一个很棒的响应，就是棒，
没有啊。
客观而言，旁边看是蛮有趣的，
主观吧。
但他在下面看，他也觉
得我觉得很有趣啊。
他是观众啊，
对我来说，那些的节奏是很厉害的，而且还是在场上直接这样敲打出来，你们就在 jam， 你知道吗？
你们没有在那座丛林里面，他妈不知道敌人在哪里，子弹怎么来，你们没有在现场，你不要跟我讲上过战场。
我在战场上，我一直在战场上面。
你是后勤而已，
你是侦察机而已啊，
无人机啊。好有人中弹的，
瑞卡
轰炸喽！
真的，所以换我即兴的时候，换句话说，就是 Miki 上也会有，就是想要接，但是我真的觉得，我跟陈彦达的默契，可能可以是我出一招的时候，他用一招反制我，然后还在同一个轨迹上面。但Miki 上回来的东西有时候不在轨迹上面，这才是我也不知道效果到底是成立还不成立的时候。平心而论，你懂我意思吗？就是你说这个球哦，你没有在理我上个球的那种感觉。有时候我会说有时候，就是有一种这样啊。
在你知道 Miki 场最害怕的是什么吗？就是我们不是有尝试过那如果我也变 Pocket 只有一个控面的时候，
对啊，就失控。
他其实最害怕的一件事情是别人顺着他的东西做。 因为我每次顺着他的东西做的时候，他就说好可怕，怎么办？好可怕！
你误会了，他说的可怕并不是你顺着别人的东西做，他说的可怕是你把它做的太极致，就是你 non stop， 你停不下来，你疯掉了。当你解除这个东西的时候，就是我在跟你讲，比如说 open mind 的时候，突然讲一个点，你去延伸之后，但是你在 open mind 上面的延伸能量还是 talk 能量，但在段子我们排练的时候，你就是疯掉了。大家没有看我们排练，那个版本的陈建达就是疯掉了，所以他会用高于我和 Miki 桑的能量的力量在做他最后延续下去的 pocket， 所以那个看起来就是完蛋了，而他没有要回来，然后欧大厂的中文可能又没有办法那么快，所以那个梗就会就拖出去的水一样，就是
太天很绝望吧那时候，
就没有任何挽回的机会，只有其他的 pocket 说先不要了。它会变这样，所以不能用这种版本就不能用，对，是这个原因。
所以我后来说不行嘛。
对，你是也有感觉吧？
因为这其实就是觉得说，
有较劲心态吧？一定有啊。
因为你作为下一拍的话，
对啊，
你一定得做，也不是说较劲，就是你一定得做这样效果才会继续上去嘛。
对啊，所以就会更强啊。阿妹就长得又是，
因为就排在他后面的时候，你就必须得就是还是得多一些贡献嘛。
对啊，
要贡献一些笑点。
比如说反过来说，命运长有一次录影的时候，他不是玩了另外一种弱的拍子嘛，突然讲话很小声。如果命运长讲话很小声，然后听不到，有人错了听不到，然后会讲话很小声听不到，然后可能陈建达就会用口语，可能他不用口语，除了用口语外，他会继续用手语，然后他会继续的演30秒吧，也许吧，就这种，我举例就这种感觉，就是回不来了，话题怎么办？这样子。但很好笑，所以 Miki 桑害怕是这个部分，真的很恐怖哎，
没有人可以接跟阻止，
因为他必须要去做，他是第3拍，我理解，就是你要不然你不强烈，不演，你不做更强，这怎么会有人笑呢？这种感觉。
所以 Miki 桑下一个他还是希望有人可以帮他收个尾这样，但我没有要收尾的意思的时候，就会变成。是那个洞越捅越大，
真的。
本来他捅那洞，想说别人可以来阻止他，说不要再捅这个洞了，越来越大了。我就是我们拿电锯把它弄大一点好了。
你就会整个钻到地心了，这样。
对，他就会害怕。
对，哇，但我听说三木后来你们调整成这样子的方式之后 ，Miki 桑好像在后台还是蛮紧张的。
啊？睡觉还是做梦？
真假的？他不是有点焦虑吗？
他其实一直在想他要做什么新的事情，所以他有点焦虑。
哦，在想梗这件事。
阿仔桑，我唱这首歌好不好？或者他不是有吹口哨那一段吗？
你都没有跟我讲啊。他都没有跟我讲，第一次吹的时候没有跟我讲吧？
因为 Miki 桑来问我的时候，就知道他没有让你知道意思。他跟我说：“阿仔桑，你帮我听一下这个可不可以？”然后就吹了一首，不知道是什么小叮当的歌，就我说这首还可以。他有时候他有一次吹了一首，然后说这是什么？我刚自己编的。然后我说好你觉得康康桑觉得可以吗？
为什么是问你觉得我可不可以？
因为他不想让你知道，但他又想要确定这件事情可不可以。
他想要玩啊。
对他想要玩，这样子的话的确是。
对他其实一直有在想哪里可以玩。
所以这个段子也是你们2个在博弈的状态，是不是？
而且我觉得他应该是一个很容易腻的人。
是，他完全是。
他受不了，
他需要新的刺激，不断的进来，
对他才会觉得那是好笑的东西。当然，有一些逻辑是重复型的逻辑，那他当然可以。可是通常，对不起，我观察的他，即便在以前的日曜日或什么的，大家在重复的时候，我觉得他不一定重复，他也受不了，他会给你来一个没有要合作的东西。那基本上这个人就是有点反骨啊，我不知道这是从哪里来的，明明看起来是一个
搞笑界的反社会。分子
对，当然他在他的理论里面，他有跟我讲过，就是对啊，就是要不就是要让你预期不到嘛，或违背你的预期嘛。可是这个东西做的太极致的时候，可能就会像 Miki 桑。
但我觉得，因为 Miki 桑的质地，他真的适合做这件事情。
他很棒，
确实，他完全化
这真的不是普通。
以前他的语言。
每个人的特质不一样，
是语言的能力。其实一开始我们以为是一个，我们以前初期跟他们认识的时候讨论的时候，很担心是一个劣势。但现在完全是个超级优势啊！
对，还运用的非常好。
因为它终究不是一个正常的语言的输出的，它就会有怪异的意志感。那这个意志感虽然你知道他是日本人，但你知道他有点非写实。
对。
所以当他做一些那种东西的时候，就会特别的 容易说服别人，
是
你即便你是故意的，你也有带有某一种呆蠢感，
对，
这变成了一种他的天然呆的工具，可是他的天然呆的招式里面又会带有自己的想法，以及有一点危险的疯狂的成分，所以就真的口味很特殊啦，我只能这么说。
那请问太田还好吗？这样子合作的话，
太田很厉害啊，
蛮自在的。对 Miki 桑这个状况，
因为他已经习惯这个搭档的这种特质了。
就他们少爷的排练，他真的是必须随时接招的一个状况。
而且必须说太田的很有趣的是，他一开始的时候，中文能力是完全不行的，他比 Miki 桑还要。
真的假的？
对，
来台湾
的时候，是他现在的是
中文很好啊，
中文很好哦，所以他的处理的吐槽的中文吐槽的语言的速度是接近于我们就是讲中文的这种怎么讲中文的慢才式的语速，所以节奏所以节奏其实相对我被他吐槽的时候，因为他在我旁边嘛，其实是很顺的，
懂。
真的，我会那种感觉是是对的，
节奏上完全是对的。
但是 Miki 桑的怪异感在 Boke 的立场上面就是，我觉得 Miki 桑真的很有趣。他在 Boke 的时候，有时候我觉得他的拍子是独立的，偏向于独立的，但是他在难免要吐槽别人的时候，其实是准确的啊。
是啊，他完全可以啊。
然后我就觉得，
没有，他真的，我跟你讲，他不是疯子，他也不是笨蛋，他其实
是疯子和笨蛋。
他其实是一个思考非常多的人啊。我觉得 Miki桑其实他是想很多人，只不过你说他的想逻辑跟我们想逻辑一样吗？我不知道，不确定。但他其实自己一个人常在思考很多事情，要怎么做这个搞笑啊，哪个时间点要怎样啊，他在这边会不会就会重复或不有趣？他其实常在思考这件事情，只是说那个思考跟大家的思考没有同步。有时候他其实有时候我们在开会或者讨论事情的时候，他会然后说，可是我觉得刚刚那件事情，他感觉要回复我们，但其实他回复一件超久之前的事情，他想完了。他想完了，他在讲，他中间其实一直自己在思考他到那时候才想完，但在中间的时候，他就是一直在但是我觉得那个事情，然后我就说，这不是5分钟前的话题吗？
哇，你们两个的 CPU 有点像，是不是？处理器现在开始，他现在还在。
没有，可是那是开会的时候吧？
就讨论事情的时候，
对，他是开会的时候。
是。
对，
我们刚才已经到在讲他开会的问题。
我是说不是搞笑的时候嘛？通常你说的他是开会的时候，因为我们刚刚本来在聊搞笑的时候嘛，然后再更早是讲到盐灯嘛，那我们是从盐灯到这个地方来的。
太久了吧？
对，盐灯，甚至忘记盐灯之前的话题什么，对，
但我的意思是，对，开会的时候他是听比较多，然后再反刍出来，但是在演出的时候我就觉得不是，他就是想很快，然后就试着去做，然后我觉得他的意图是一个非常典型的某种漫才师的，可以说是很好的意图啊，就是他想要让现场的表演者们想不到。
是，
他不只是让观众想不到，他想要创造的是让现场的表演者都有点想。我觉得这是有一点，
他的作品其实是
我和陈彦达也会这样，但是我们终究不会让对方这么想不到。他的想不到的那种有点像是，如果我跟你的想不到的距离有点像是，有点像是公车，然后以及 Seven，他就有点像是 Seven 门口。有一个
你想不到的，现在你想不到了，你想不到他想不到是怎么样想不到？
我觉得我看你们4人段子真的就很像在听一首钢琴乐曲，然后他已经很华丽，
太夸张了，
没有你听，他已经很华丽了，但是 Miki 桑的东西就像是在里面又有更多很奇妙的滑音，
没有，他是唢呐啊。他是在钢琴的小曲里面有一支唢呐。
北管，我在弹拉赫曼尼诺夫，你给我吹北管。
对啊，诚实而论，对我的体感是这样的。你真的太美化，但谢谢你，他们也一定很开心。
因为观众们感受到的会是不一样的。我觉得在台上的那个刺激度、那个立即性，那完全不同。
就我觉得比起段子更偏向游戏的感觉。 我那时候演到后来感觉是这个样子。
哦，他是
就是有一种今天我要上台不是演个段子，是我们4个人用这个段子来玩一个游戏。
有。
其实后来蛮尝试这种。
而且在你们开始进入节目环节的时候，扮演这件事情，哇，真的就是更是，就是里面在打棒球，他已经去，你知道？
对。
可能打曲棍球之类的。
在盖他自己家。
对，就是我去哪了？
对，可是我必须说，麦兰少爷的作品有时候又不，他们自己的作品又不见得是游戏，就是米上他们欧达上他们在写东西的时候，欧达上他们在写东西的时候，还是有作品类的那种，就是今天米上很想要讲一个奇怪的事情，或是他的状态，或是他很在意一件事，或者这个。他还是会想，但那种段子就不会这么有游戏感。我觉得是群体让他有了游戏感，
让他兴奋起来。
对，是因为这4个人特别的，而且4个人本来就，你认真的讲一个talking 的段子当然是可以。他本来这个段子最基底其实本来也是
最基底
一边扮演一边 talking。我故意这样设计，因为 talking 才容易溢出去别的地方，更快速的，所以。可能也是这个部分的一边扮演一边暗示，一边扮演一边 talking 的这个形式，以及4个人的关系，暗示了他，不只是暗示他，因为他早就知道这是什么了，应该这么说，因为他们比我们看还要更多的漫才，所以他们应该很快速就会知道这大概是怎么操作，是他的方向，而只是他的这个特殊性的这个人的思考方式，他会给出那样的球在即兴的时候，对。走去后面喝水啊！
你们也会啊？
没有，走去后面喝水，回来用 Michael Jackson 太空漫步，你就告诉我这是什么逻辑吧？
他有一天突然在我面前45度了，我说你要干嘛？
好厉害！
我把他推回去。他第一次做45度的时候，我是完全不知道他要做45度。
他很信任你耶，这样子的话。
他就直接往我这边倒，我说干嘛，把他推回去。我还知道他要做45度。
所以你们随时都要在场上接招，就对。
完全是。
3个人都是你们
我在 Mickey 场旁边啊，所以我跟他在 Mickey 场旁边，所以不是他接就是我接啊，其中一个人。
真的好想要仔细的问他为什么去喝水回来要 Michael Jackson 的 Moonwalk， 你懂吗？我身为一个做喜剧的人，我还是会想要理解这个思路是什么，他就是荒谬啊。但是你说这个思路，好比如说你要玩去喝了你怎么在这时候去喝水啊？给我回来啊！等我一下，还给我喝第2口啊！可能在延伸这个东西的路线上面，或者呛到吗？呛到吗？你要不要喝？不需要，快把水壶放下，抛出去，不要乱丢吧，怎么？可能他是围绕这个行动，喝完水不要去喝水啊 ，Michael Jackson， 我只是想要理解，我要学习嘛，就是什么？这是什么？
我觉得他脑中就是冒出了这个画面，觉得这画面很有趣。就是这样做很有趣的感觉，所以他就这么做。就是这对他来说，就是这个时候我可以做这件事情，很有趣，做。然后旁边的人的困扰反应很有趣，的感觉。
那如果Michael Jackson他喝完水以后，他变成一只公鸡这样，公鸡走过来呢？
也不，我觉得对他来说也不是不可能发生的事情。我觉得这对他来说，他可能也会觉得。而且他可能觉得，Michael Jackson 比较有趣，但你可能搞不懂为什么。
而且我必须说，这个东西不能再深究了，因为它就像是魔术师，你想要去探究它的背后的基底是什么。可是当那个东西被揭露的时候，就不好玩了。
他不是魔术师，他是漫才师。他是漫才师，好吗？
但我是说这个概念，这个构成概念的方式。
我们之后是靠分析来学习的，好吗？
笑点的幻术师啊，illusion。但是我必须说，这次跟少爷合作的时候，你可能没有太多感觉，但是因为我是吐槽，所以其实我觉得我从火场里面学到很多东西，是因为毕竟我们在台湾其实我们就是自学嘛，
对，
没有办法，我们就看别人作品来学这件事，所以很少会在工作当中真的去比如说调整吐槽啊或什么这种东西，大部分是看人家的作品反推。可那时候在跟欧达工作的时候，其实会发觉他对于吐槽用词，不管说用词量、用词时机的那个概念，他是很熟稔而且很精确的。
对。
这件事情，就是你现在跟他合作嘛，
对，
就是
有感觉到这一块。
这件事情其实很屌，可能很多人被他中文不好这件事情盖过去了，但其实在他的吐槽 sense 是超级好的。
这个语音听起来的流畅度、长短什么的，他都会去做考量，哪边需不需要再加个吐槽或者是怎么样，他都知道，
因为
清楚这一块。
有时候也去吐槽，就是说，我觉得吐槽这样，就像上次的 PPS，我们工作对象转居的时候，他有人说，我的吐槽其实，这样子的一句话就可以了嘛。然后我那时候听的时候说，其实是这样子听起来的话，在节奏感上面其实是好非常非常多的。但我可能就会觉得，我要把所有东西都吐出来，都要把它讲清楚或什么的。但也许它一个很简单，不是解释性的东西，反映出这件事情，观众其实本来就看得到这件事情的。所以我要的是那个节奏跟那个反应的时候，那用这样的语句就可以。其实对我来说是在他身上学习到，蛮多吐槽的一些小的技巧以及小的这种小关节，但其实很重要的。对我来说是我的吐槽里面比较不会出现的事情。所以你有闻到什么臭的东西？
了解了。
詹姆啊，
我学到的东西。了解。
啊，你了解什么？
你了解什么？学到的东西吗？
让他维持安静10分钟的时候，我都会偷看他。
这个脸。
但我想问，漫才少爷是有上过那个基本经验学校的？
欧大上有，那 Ming 上是在另一间公司的学校里面学的。对。
哇，所以而且他们又是身处在那样的文化里，那个文化又超久了。你说漫才这个文化在日本
就变化很多啦。
对，然后他们的节奏，我觉得我觉得这一块我真的始终非常佩服。
说实在，那讲到这边，其实是因为哈利少掉了那一集，我们分享了一下漫才少爷对于我们是什么，但哈利没有来演那一集。那哈利是看了以后会想找一个搭档吗？还是
不会？
为什么问到这个问题呢？
因为是4个人的漫才
啊，不会
不会啊，
不用，你们找他们就好
啊，不用，当然是你啊，
那个很好看，说实话。
但你会想要在之中吗？就比如说取代掉由我变成你。
不要，
也不要。
你会怕？
我觉得最好的位置就是我是观众。
不要讲这种会让观众难过的话。
真的很好看，我跟你讲，而且最有安全感，超级有安全感的，你知道吗？在观众席的时候，我就哇！
站在台上，这太刺激了。
对，没有，但是
这有点太恐怖了。
我有一集参与了你们那个嘛，你没有发现吗？我就是匆匆的上台，然后落荒而逃，这样。我好怕被你们抓住在台上。就是你们有一场演出，我有上去这件事情，我好怕被你们抓在台上，我觉得我一定会承受不了，所以我赶快就大家下去。
我那天最害怕的不是你，是张莹莹，她发疯了，
疯狂的打你。
我跟你讲，我没有看过那么好的演员，他那一天在台上全部都是想要来嗨来搞笑的，他真的是鬼我那台上打鬼，我是真的觉得。鬼来了，这只鬼在打我，
而且重点是他已经杀红眼，因为他还打错人，他打到我们自己人，就是我们的阿昌，被他打的样子。
我想说，你怎么没有去演戏呀？
而且重点是经过那一场之后，我们张莹莹从此以后连上场拍照都非常的浮夸。
对，
他最开始构思他可以怎么上，
每一场都不一样。
哪个开关被打开了？
还是我们下次你们演出找山木跟他试看看。
哇，地球会没
毁灭？
不知道这个问问看山木的意愿吧，也许他也会怕。
你是张颖吗？我觉得会，对，我觉得他应该会怕。
那请问那个最后一场，就是我们上场的时候，你们的心情如何？
我完全不知道
不知道，
我只觉得好可爱好爽好像一个大制作。
你说推了一台那个大东的衣车上来，
我们的演员好多这种感觉，哇，好厉害！
我那个的确第一刻在想，这衣车撑得住吗？
什么意思啊？你根本没有那么重吧？
没有，那是挂衣服的，跟挂一个人是不一样的事情。
我跟你讲，你们还没有开演前，我就在试这台衣车的承重量。 然后我还去跟那
完全瞒住我
个，对我还去跟张一中讲说，这个你看他这个钢架，这个载重能力如何？
然后张一中吊上去给你看嘛，没关系，没问题，没问题。
搬起来反过来你看一下。
而且我记得。
Pulse coming through there in terms of the capex spend in the beat, and that is lifting the tech sector here in Europe. The DAX is a little softer by 0.1%. The CAC current over in France up just 1 point, and the FTSE 100 also flat. But again, there's a lot of interest when you lift the hood on these indexes, Guy.
Let's do that. Let's talk about what is going on below the hood. So 320 stocks up, 259 down, which is interesting actually. You've got more stocks up than down, and in some ways. You need to look at the weightings and kind of what is going on here to fully, as Tom says, understand what is happening here. Volume, though, is the real number that stands out to me. This is a market that is involved today, and you are seeing big volume going through. And the reason for that, basically, is that TSMC is going shopping. And when TSMC goes shopping, what does it buy? It buys lithography equipment from ASML. It buys chips and all the kind of equipment that goes with it from ASM International. VAT Group. What is VAT Group? It's not a stock that we talk about an awful lot. It does pumps and bellows and all the kind of kit that you need in terms of building some of these chips. And all of these stocks are doing incredibly well this morning. ASML's off its earlier highs, but it's still up by 5.2%. ASM International's up really strongly. VAT Group's up really strongly. At the other end, though, and this is kind of the balancing factor, there's a bunch of heavyweights that are low this morning. Novo's one of them, is down by 1%. The oil stocks are, though, lower. Oil has come down overnight. Shell is responding to that. BP's responding to that. BP down by 2.3%, Anna.
Yes, absolutely. Let's get up to date with some of the other news flow we're following, and it links with some of those market moves. President Trump has signalled he may hold off on attacking Iran for now, after getting assurances that the government in Tehran would stop killing protesters. President Trump says he was given that information from what he calls, quote, very important sources. The White House earlier confirmed the president had been briefed on a range of options for strikes on Iran, including non-military sites. An exploration mission of 13 soldiers from Germany will arrive in Greenland later today as European nations work out how to ensure security in the region and respond to US threats over the island. Meanwhile, Denmark's foreign minister says a, quote, fundamental disagreement remains with the US over the Arctic territory following a meeting with top US officials. And a crew of 4 astronauts have departed the International Space Station, the ISS, earlier in NASA's first ever medical evacuation. NASA first acknowledged the medical episode last week, postponing a spacewalk due to an undisclosed health issue. The astronauts are expected to splash down off the coast of California in a SpaceX Dragon capsule in around 10 minutes. Time, control rooms associated with the ISS are waiting for that landing, waiting for that splashdown to take place then, Tom. So we'll monitor those pictures as they come in. And I don't want to worry anybody, but it's the first time in 26 years that the ISS has been unstaffed.
Yeah, we don't know details about the medical issue. Apparently, the control of the ISS, though, you can take a step back and take a deep breath now, Anna, because control of the ISS has been handed over to some Russian cosmonauts, apparently. So they're now in control of the ISS. The UK, it has a couple of spaceports, questionable success there, yep. But there is some investment. And the UK does play a significant role in what's happening, of course, in tech and in AI. On a day when not just space, but what's happening in terms of the tech stocks really drawing our attention. Some significant gains as we've been talking about on the back
he's
of
trying, isn't he? I'm just trying to work out where he's going to go with it.
Help me out here, guys. Let's bring in at this point someone who's really well placed to talk about what's happening in terms of checking the pulse of the UK tech sector and the UK ecosystem, of course. And let's bring in Emily Turner, of course, from HSBC Innovation Banking UK. Emily, good morning. You've been crunching the numbers, you and the team, in terms of the funding impulse into UK tech in 2025. When we do question what role the UK and Europe is going to play in terms of this AI revolution that, at least on today's numbers, is showing no signs of abating, how well positioned is the UK?
Yeah, thank you. This is a global story, it's a European story, and importantly, it's a UK story. So as we've seen in the numbers, and we certainly felt all of last year, UK innovation economy grew by 35%. We're not quite at the levels that we saw in 2021 and 2022, but this is the first time in 4 years that we've seen the innovation economy grow. That's outpacing the global growth by nearly 8%. And across this, what we've seen is it's a real change. You know, I think the question that we're all asking ourselves, and certainly I am, is now different, and I think it is. And there's a number of reasons.
And it's interesting you talk about 2021 because that, for many in the VC world, is a year of irrational exuberance. Just in terms of the flows that you're seeing now and that uptick, for 2025. Does that continue into 2026? And where is that most of that money? Is it all about AI? And is that crowding out the fund flows?
So I'll start with the second part of your question. Yeah. So a lot of it's about AI. A third of the money we've seen going into this market last year was in AI. That was 80% up year on year. But that's not the whole story. There's a whole two-thirds of the market. Now, I should note that when it comes to AI deals, if it's either early stage, breakout, or late stage, they've been commanding larger rounds and higher valuations than not. So, that is undisputable. And I think that is poised to continue going into this year. But if we look across other spaces in the UK, and I'll call out that fintech is the largest sector in the UK and was last year. There's a lot of other places as well. So we should call out fintech, we should call out biotech, energy, and a number of other sectors where the UK has real strength.
The UK is quite good at technology, and at a university level, there's a lot of really great stuff. Why are we so bad at it? What does the government need to do? If you were sitting down, if I was Rachel Reeves and you were talking to me, what would you be telling me about what I need to do next?
So I don't think the UK is bad at technology.
No, it's really good at technology.
Yes. So the UK technology market is worth $1.3 trillion today.
Yep.
Roughly half of that is in private companies.
Right.
A quarter of that is in public companies, and a quarter of that is in companies that have been acquired by companies outside the UK. In addition to that, and we're only one of 3 nations in the world that has a $1 trillion technology market.
Yep.
If I add to that, and to your point, 5 of the top 10 research universities are here, and we do better than any other country in Europe at turning those into commercial outcomes. So
why does it feel like all the innovation comes out of America?
So first and foremost, more innovation is coming out of America. That is undisputable. The size of the VC market in the US and in China is larger than the UK. The UK is third to that. But the UK is now larger than Germany, France, the Netherlands, and Switzerland combined, which are the top 4 in Europe. And we have a lot to be proud of. There's not every sector that the UK is leading in, but when it comes to fintech and when it comes to deep tech, and back to Tom's question on where do we see the world going, those are 2 sectors that are poised to continue to grow and, in theory, outperform this year, and the UK is very well placed to capture that.
Emily, good morning. Does it matter then how you went through the stats about how many of these UK tech companies are in public hands, in private hands? Does it matter? Maybe it depends who you are as to how much it matters. I remember hearing private markets people arguing that actually this is exactly what they're for. You put a lot of money in at early stage, away from the public gaze, allow tech businesses to try things out, move fast and break things, and then they list later. Does it matter where they're held?
Ultimately, a high-functioning market requires capital to be coming in at all stages from both public and private sources. And so, yes, we need to, this is a company that is not leading in the public market space. Overall, we are very optimistic about public markets going into this year and public markets in this country. But that said, that's not the entire story. And what we've already seen this year in terms of acquisitions and some fundraising, early days in January, but going into this year, tell us that access to capital is something that we will continue to see as a strength and growing in this country.
Are we going to see a lot of big global businesses going shopping in the UK? If there's still a discount maybe attached to some of those UK assets?
Undoubtedly, big global companies want to shop everywhere. When I think about the best companies in the world, they look to solve everywhere problems. And there's great research, development capabilities, importantly talent here. Plus, if you add to that the time zone and rule of law, so no doubt the UK will be a great, attractive place for people to make acquisitions. But that's another part of the flywheel that I think will continue the growth that we've seen.
Emily, great to see you. Thanks for stopping by to see us and bring us a positive story. Love it. Out of the UK. Emily Turner, CEO of HSBC Innovation Banking UK. I've got half an eye on what is happening with this NASA story. Splashdown is imminent, very imminent. It looks like it's going to happen in the next kind of few seconds. So this is part of the evacuation of the International Space Station. Never seen this before. As Tom says, the Russians are now in control of what is happening up there. But we are seeing, looks like a fairly successful splashdown happening within the next couple of seconds.
Parachutes have been deployed.
Yep.
As we can see from these live pictures. So this is Crew 11, the astronauts known as Crew 11, and they're meant to be splashing down, as you can see as well, off the coast of California in just the next few minutes, and presumably they'll be sending out boats and aircraft pretty quickly to pick them up. And this again is because there is some medical issues.
Yeah, absolutely. As you were saying earlier, there were an undisclosed medical condition, so we may or may not, I suppose, get some clarity as to what has prompted this. But this leaves the International Space Station empty. We had astronauts from various countries actually were present on the ISS, and they were expecting to stay until the middle of February, but had to be brought back result of this medical situation. Has it splashed yet? Just watching a fairly grainy image.
No, I'm surprised it's not better pictures actually. I
Probably
would have
dark.
thought that, yeah, that probably is a factor. And that probably does actually explain it. Yeah, I would imagine. So this is the ultimate sick note, isn't it? I've got to come home. I'm really sorry. I'm not feeling very well. And basically we've got to evacuate the entire space station as a result of that.
For the first time in how long was it, Hannah?
26 years.
26
well,
years.
It's only been there since, what, the late 90s, hasn't it, the space station?
Yeah.
So yes, now it's empty.
Okay.
And it'll keep on spinning, traveling around the planet many times a day, 16 orbits of the planet every day. Maybe we'll keep an eye on those pictures and wait for it to splash as we talk about other tech themes this morning. Let's check in on the European chip stocks as TSMC posts a fourth quarter profit that beats estimates and earmarks as much as $56 billion in capital spending for this year. What should we focus on? Let's bring in Matt Bloxham, shall we, from Bloomberg Intelligence, who can help us answer that question. Good morning to you, Matt. So markets seem to have focused. Is it on the capex number? Is that where the market's attention is, and where, to use Guy's phrase, TSMC is going to go shopping?
Yeah, I think so. So the capex number combined with what they're talking about on revenue growth. So, first quarter looking at 38% year-on-year growth, the market's at about 30%. I say that capex number, at the midpoint, about $54 billion for 2026, compared to $46 billion consensus, so as much as a 22% higher number. And that's essentially a strong signal that their key customers, like Nvidia, are going to continue to see strong demand. And where's that demand coming from? It's coming from the big hyperscalers. So I don't think it's a big surprise. If you look at even our own BI forecasts about hyperscaler capex for 2026, it's in the kind of $500-600 billion range. So it's kind of maintaining, if not increasing, the momentum we've seen in 2025. I think the bigger crunch for the whole industry comes second half of this year into next year, where our enterprises doubling down on their AI investments. That's what's needed to kind of fuel what I've always called kind of the natural demand for AI over the midterm. But in the short term, we have this kind of structural shift in investment in AI. TSMC is the leading manufacturer of AI accelerator chips, particularly on behalf of Nvidia, and obviously kind of a very strong supplier for Apple's high-end smartphones too. So in the near term, kind of very robust outlook.
They're going shopping in Europe. They're going to buy all kinds of. Presumably, ASML is the biggest beneficiary of this. It sells the high-end, super high-end lithography kit that they need to make all these chips.
Yeah, absolutely. ASML, it's kind of integral to their delivery to Nvidia. So I think there's clearly going to be more demand from TSMC for the ASML kit. I think what's also interesting is TSMC's capex into 2026 and beyond, to some degree, is kind of underpinned by this need to kind of create supply chain resilience. Obviously, we know very well about Donald Trump's push to kind of make things in the US, and they're investing in the US. But they're also going to invest in Europe, including in Germany. So they're going to kind of be distributing their manufacturing capability globally. There is clearly a little bit of concern from the CEO about how much they're spending. He said, is AI real? He's not sure either. He hopes it is. Otherwise, spending this amount of money is going to be a problem for me. And we have seen before, these kind of big swings in supply constraints and supply gluts. And I think if the AI story doesn't sustain into 2027, you are at risk of having a bit of a supply glut.
Yeah, it's a global moonshot at this point still, and it's clearly making the head of TSMC sweat a little bit as he puts down these numbers on capex. You mentioned enterprise, which is interesting. Is this the year where we start to get a kind of stress test in terms of the rollover of some of these software contracts, and whether there's essentially kind of the sector equivalent of cord cutting? I mean, there has to be a stickiness to these new AI software platforms. And there has to be an evidence that enterprises are renewing their contracts.
Yeah, and expanding them. I think a lot of what happened in 2025 was probably AI pilot phase. All of the big consulting firms, Accenture and the like, have made a lot of money from going into firms and saying, look, you need to have an AI strategy. You need to start deploying this thing, what it's like in real life. And this is to some degree start of the crunch period for CEOs and CFOs say, okay, how is this actually delivering? Where does it make sense to double down and invest more? Where does it make sense to kind of pull back? So we're going to see a lot more of that happen this year and into 2027. And that's where the spending will come from to sustain these huge investments in data centers, and what's essentially underpinning the kind of the big valuations we see for the likes of Google, Meta, and private market valuation of OpenAI.
Yeah, and Nvidia getting closer, it seems, to shipping those A200s into China because they've now come to this arrangement around the tariffs as they get shipped first into the US before then being shipped back to that region. Matt Bloxham from Bloomberg Intelligence, thank you very much indeed. ASML, of course, one of the key beneficiaries, up 5% now, having been up around 7%, so easing a little bit, but again, still significant gains for that chain maker. Let's cross over, or at least remind you that Bloomberg's Annabelle Drulis will be speaking to TSMC's Senior Vice President and CFO. That's an important conversation following its Q4 earnings report. That interview can be out tomorrow.
Don't anybody ever say that I can't multitask, because I've been watching the amazing pictures coming out of California, and you've got the crew capsule, as you can see, it's clearly very hot. And
we can't see much, but we can see that.
Yeah, it's clearly very hot. It's just come through the atmosphere, and it's now splashed down. And we will wait and find out exactly what has caused this medical emergency. But some quite cool pictures coming out of California. Up next, we're going to go back to the banking story. What is happening? Market not particularly happy thus far with what Wall Street has delivered. We're going to find out why. This is Bloomberg.
We are in such an incredibly exciting moment with AI. It is really the most profound technology of our lifetimes, and I think it has the potential to help us rethink literally everything. The potential for economic impact, societal benefit is honestly boundless. When we think about the economic impact for Europe in particular, it's around a 1.2 trillion euro estimate of the productivity growth that can be unlocked. This platform shift that we are living through, I think, is going to create untold amounts of value for the world, but also for the businesses and for economies, which is why I'm incredibly optimistic in this moment for Europe, but also for the whole world.
How do you think about job losses or safety for some of the AI tools?
You know, I hear the anxiety and I understand the anxiety about jobs. I think that we are certainly going to live through a massive transition about how people learn to work alongside these tools. I mean, the reality is I do think there'll be some number of jobs that are displaced. I think it is a smaller number maybe than some anticipate. We estimate it's around 7%. And I think what's important is that we have programs that help those 7% transition into new fields of work. I think what is more likely is that most of us are going to learn to work alongside these tools. So we estimate about 2/3 of us. When you think about the tasks you do in your daily life, when you look at every industry, there are administrative tasks happening everywhere, and that's what AI is most helpful in improving.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Sharian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the Opening Trade. We are 49 minutes into today's session, building on the record highs of yesterday, with gains of 0.3% across the European benchmark. And it's tech that's doing the heavy lifting, given the TSMC earnings and the capex impulse that's coming through, lifting the likes of ASML, ASM, BE Semiconductor and beyond with very significant gains there. On the downside, of course, is energy down 9/10% on that drop in oil prices. Let's show you some of those individual names. They're on the screen right now. Some of the key games, VAT Group, which provides some of the hardware that goes into data centers, up 14.5%. Then you have the likes of ST Micro and ASML, of course, with the lithography machines surging a little over 5%.
Let's talk about some of the geopolitical themes that have and have not been moving markets in some cases. An exploration mission, it has been called, of 13 soldiers from Germany will arrive in Greenland later today as European nations work out how to ensure security or how to demonstrate seriousness in this region and respond to US threats over the island. Denmark says a, quote, fundamental disagreement remains over the Arctic territory following a meeting with top US officials. Donald Trump, meanwhile, is doubling down on his position regarding the island.
We have decided to form a high-level working group to explore if we can find a common way forward. The group, in our view, should focus on how to address the American security concerns, while at the same time respecting the red lines of the Kingdom of Denmark.
We need Greenland for national security, so we're going to see what happens. We have a very good relationship with Denmark, as you know, we'll see. But, you know, we're doing the Golden Dome, we're doing a lot of things that we really need it. If we don't go in, Russia's going to go in and China's going to go in. And there's not a thing that Denmark can do about it, but we can do everything about it.
For more on this, how this continues to evolve, this story, let's speak to Bloomberg Chief European Correspondent for Bloomberg TV, Oliver Crick, who is with us covering this story. And we heard you talking about this earlier. Give us the latest then on the Greenland situation, Ollie.
Yeah, that's right. After that Washington, D.C. meeting between the foreign ministers of Greenland and Denmark with Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance, the Secretary of State and the Vice President of the United States, no breakthrough was found. As you say, that was sort of the main line that we got from them, which is that basically there's still a fundamental disagreement and nothing has yet been resolved. What they have vowed to do is to assemble that working group. And again, I thought it was sort of notable that the Danish foreign minister that said that the working group was be established to find out if there is a common way forward on Greenland, because as it stands right now, as we've heard from Donald Trump, we're still in sort of escalation mode over this rather than de-escalation mode. And to that end, we've had some solidarities from some other European countries, the Germans, the Swedes, the Norwegians, the United Kingdom, both sending really sort of very small military delegations to Greenland, you know, 1 or 2 people for many of these countries. The Germans are sending 13. But this, I think, is more to send a sort of message of solidarity to sort of potentially create a diplomatic deterrent rather than a military one. But we're still going to have to see if there's a way, a sort of off-ramp here. The United States still very much saying they want to have Greenland.
Ollie, earlier in this program, you had a conversation with the US ambassador to Belgium. What did he have to say about European concerns, about US reliability as an ally?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, obviously Belgium is obviously a nation that is important within the European Union, but it's also home to the European Union and to NATO. And I asked him about that, about basically how reliable is the friendship from the United States, and really what is the nature of that friendship, and what do you tell to European diplomats and policymakers when they ask you that question? He was really quick to say that, listen, the United States is fully committed to NATO, that Trump is a big ally of NATO, and that he's somebody who really represents the interests of NATO. He sort of speaks to the fact that Trump forced that NATO spending increase last year that we got from European nations, but really his focus is going to be more on the sort of economic side of things for the United States and for Belgium and for the EU, we should say. And we should say that during that interview, he talked about trying to cut regulation, to cut focus economic policy in Europe in order to boost growth. He said during that interview in 1990 that basically the European Union, their GDP has diminished by 50%. What I think he meant there, and that's articulated there in the chart, was the share of global GDP that Europe has had since 1990, which was at about 26%, about the same as the United States, has now come down to about 14%, while the United States has managed to stay more or less stable. Now, that is an issue that obviously Mario Draghi has highlighted, that this is the competitiveness of the European continent, but it should be put in the context that a lot of that has to do with the fact that a lot of other regions around the world are growing very dramatically, namely China, which back then was about 2% of global GDP, now is 17%. And we should say that the long-term trend has been also for the proportion of US GDP from the United States to also have declined materially. Back in 1960, it was about 40%, now it's about 26%. But it is true to say that the Americans have held on to their share of global GDP since 1990, and the Europeans have diminished substantially since then.
Ollie, thanks for the update. Greatly appreciate it. Bloomberg's chief Europe correspondent, Oliver Crook. Let's turn our attention to what is going to happen for the rest of the day. Banks are back in focus. We've already had some numbers. We're going to get some more today. Not that impressed with Wall Street so far. Let's find out what's going on. Charlie's going to join us again with a preview of what today's session is going to look like.
Well, guys, it's getting a little late in earnings season for the narrative that we've heard build throughout the week of questions about this bank rally. But if there is going to be one change, if there's going to be a chance that this narrative change, it might come today because we've got arch rivals Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley reporting. They are expected to show some real strength on that investment banking side. We heard management at Goldman Sachs talk about how there was a pipeline at the end of the third quarter that was pent up. Let's see if that spills out. But we're looking for growth in those business units at both banks, north of 20%. Also expecting to see really strong trading here. Not such a big number on the Morgan Stanley front, but that's because of a difficult comparison to the year before. But again, as you mentioned, this is just not translating into the market over the course of the week. If we take a look at some of the share price performances of the banks that have reported and that stand to report today, you see a lot of red on the screen. So a lot of uncertainty, despite some really blowout numbers. And I want to bring out some of those numbers that we've seen across the week. Yesterday we had Citigroup, 84% growth in the fourth quarter in financial advisory. That is, you got to check your screen there on that. Bank of America, their equities traders had their best fourth quarter on record. And then just looking across the board at the fundamental situation here, charge-offs were down 16% at Wells Fargo. So you see the strong consumer, you see these strong numbers coming from the bank. But again, questions about this bank rally. We will see how those get answered later today.
Charlie, thank you very much. Bloomberg's Charlie Wells with a preview of some of the things that we are waiting for on the banking sector. Speaking of banking, later, JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon will be speaking with Bloomberg's David Rubenstein. That's at 8 o'clock London time. We heard a lot from him yesterday. Of course, we continue to focus on what he has to say. And all of this coming ahead of Davos. It is Davos week next week, the World Economic Forum on the slopes in Switzerland. Our coverage, of course, throughout next week. That'll be certainly a big feature of our programming. That is it for the opening trade today. The Pulse is up next. This is Bloomberg.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
The new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jemana Brzezinski. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
Heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
Reduce the opportunities.
That allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
ASML hits a record on renewed confidence in the global AI boom after chipmaker TSMC gives a strong outlook for the year. Holding off for now, Donald Trump says he won't strike Iran after being assured that protesters are no longer being killed. Plus, splashing out, big spending on watches and jewellery over the Christmas period helped Richemont sales to hit a record. We're checking in on these markets an hour into the European cash trade, and we have the Stock 600 up 0.25%. Nasdaq futures also lifted by the prospective capex from TSMC. It's tech that's leading the gains here in Europe as well. But we've got oil on the back foot for the first time in 6 days, as President Trump says he'll hold off on Iran for now. Silver also down today because there's less demand for safe haven assets in that geopolitical context, but also because the president says that he'll hold off on tariffs on critical minerals, new ones, for now. Let's take a look at what's happening across the European continent. And as you would expect, because of the read across from TSMC to ASML, it's the Amsterdam index that's outperforming this morning. We have seen gains in Paris because of luxury and the read across from Richemont, but one of the underperformers is the FTSE because of the weight on the miners, because of those silver and oil moves. But for the conversations that matter and the insights you need, let's get started.
Newsmakers and market movers. This is The Pulse.
Good morning and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Lizzie Burden in London. Well, tech stocks are leading the gains on the Stock 600 this morning, ASML hitting a record, and that's after TSMC forecast higher than expected capital spending this year. Asia's most valuable company also forecast revenue growth close to 30%. Let's get analysis now. We can speak to Matt Bloxham, technology analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. So Matt, these look like pretty solid numbers, and global markets latching on, it seems, to the capex numbers in particular.
Yeah, that's right. So for this forward year, they're talking about capex range of $52 to $56 billion, which is around 15 to 20% higher than the street was expecting, and a big step up from the 2025 figure. And clearly underpinning that investment is the AI boom and their ability to support customers with their demand. And it's not just about investing in Taiwan, but it's also about investing more into the US. And obviously, we all know that Donald Trump is incentivizing and encouraging companies
He might like that,
yeah, to invest there. But also, actually, interestingly, in Europe too, and looking at Germany. So, you know, this whole kind of sovereign AI supply chain resilience really kind of coming through in their numbers. I think there's a kind of a balance of optimism and confidence and uncertainty there, though, because they try to kind of demonstrate in the Q&A that they're very thoughtful about their capex spending plans. The lead times with investors is 2 to 3 years, and that there's limited risk to this capex number. But the CEO did also say, is the AI demand real? They hope it is. They're not sure, because if it does start to fall away, then that capex number starts to kind of look a bit exposed and potentially leaves them with overcapacity, which would then put us into a bit of a kind of supply-demand imbalance the unfavourable way. So some interesting kind of comments in the nuance there.
Yeah, and it was interesting listening to CC Wei saying, we're kind of dismissing two of the other key concerns that have been floating around. One, the memory chip shortage, and him batting that away, but also when it comes to constraints in the AI data center build out and potential power limits there, not so worried about those either. Does that hold water?
I think certainly the memory chip to a degree, power certainly in the short term probably okay, but I mean I think obviously the issue of memory chips is there's so much demand for these, particularly in AI accelerators, that they're sucking up all of the capacity out there, and that might have negative knock-on effects to consumer equipment. Now, TSMC is mainly exposed to the high-end smartphones, like Apple, for example. I think their price sensitivity of end customers is probably going to be lower, and also someone like Apple has huge purchasing power, so probably able to kind of tap into whatever capacity's out there. The power issue, I'm a little bit more surprised about this comments because clearly the race to kind of bring more capacity on stream to kind of support these data centers is really kind of up the news agenda right now. So maybe in the near term that's okay, but perhaps kind of on a 3 to 5 year view there could be some bigger question marks about that one, because a lot of this is going to be delivered by kind of small nuclear reactors, and there's a long lead time to get those up and running.
Okay, Matt Bloxham, technology analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, thank you so much for that. Well, Bloomberg's going to be speaking to the CFO of TSMC. Watch that interview from 11 p.m. this evening, London time. But we can think now about how it impacts the markets. Traders really have been closely watching commodities as well after the US held off on imposing import tariffs on critical minerals. As geopolitical turmoil pushes up the price of precious metals. With me now to discuss the latest market moves is Koku Agbo-Blawa, who is Global Head of Economics, Cross-Asset and Quant Research over at SocGen CIB. Good to see you, Koku. Nice to have you back for 2026. I'm just going to start by going back to the tech, because Matt pointed out a few interesting things there. And the big question, I suppose, is if these earnings fuel AI optimism broadly, or if it's that you see more of a pull away from US big tech and more towards Asia and other parts of the world, Europe as well.
Absolutely. So I think there's been a very important move last year around the de-dollarization, diversifying away from the US, particularly after Liberation Day. But one of the things we have to realize is that the earnings power of US companies have essentially outperformed. And whilst we had an exit from the US, investors were forced to be pulled back in the US equity market because of the earnings momentum. So I think there is some diversification, but if you look at return on equity, profitability, innovation, creativity, etc., US companies are still ahead. And the quick point around AI, it's interesting to think about the scale. I think it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So total global GDP is around $110 trillion. Labor share of labor income share of GDP is around 50 to 60%. Let's say $60 trillion. Knowledge workers, 30% of that, so let's say $20 trillion. So if AI has 10% total addressable market, so 10% of the 20 trillion, we're talking $2 trillion in terms of potential revenues and cost savings, etc. And this is where, as AI gets older, because it's a 3-year-old entity, so as it becomes more of a teenager, then the market share will go from 10 to 20 to 30%. And this is where the views from investors that it's not a bubble, it's more of a boom and part of a marathon.
So let's say it's in its adolescence or getting near there. How much pressure could it put on wage inflation to flip this into a micro story?
Yeah, very good point. And this is the whole debate around labor productivity. So today there's a lot of use cases that are being deployed across companies, but there still needs to be empirical evidence in terms of lowering wage inflation. Today we see sticky service price inflation. However, if you look at developers or IT workers, the new jobs offering
I'm a little surprised at 7,000 kV because I was using
was
the
launched.
8,000
So we are
kV
clearly
in my
seeing
test
an
in my
interesting
Dream Club,
dynamic, but
and I
it's
thought the
maybe early
8,000 kV
days.
motors were
But
pretty
over
good.
time,
You do
this
get
will clearly put pressure
very small
on wage inflation,
bit
and
of additional motor
ultimately
response on the
may
low
solve
end,
the debate
and I don't
as to
feel like I
whether
miss a
inflation
lot
is
on
going
the
to go
top end.
back
I'm just surprised
lower
because
over
I wasn't
time,
aware
or
that
whether
these
it will
710 motors were even
So
available.
then,
We've got the
if you take it back
VTX. I
to
was flying it on
stocks,
200
can
milliwatts,
the
and you have
US
to judge
stock
whether that
momentum
VTX with my rectifier module
continue
were
if you
doing an
don't have as
adequate
many
job
Fed cuts as
of
price?
showing you the
Yeah, so
flight
this is
footage
also
rather
an
than
excellent
break out
point.
the battery strap
And I
that
think
comes with
that
because
the
of course a
Fed
budget battery
cuts
strap
and
on a
monetary
budget
policy
quad.
cycle
I think if we were
is
paying more, maybe we should
important to
expect
remember
a
that
different one.
it was in
Hopefully you
response to
have
the
the battery
inflation
strap that you
outbreak
can
we had
first
with
use in your
COVID.
bin.
So we
I
are
always
essentially
cut
going
off
back
the
to
big
R
end
star,
because I
which is the
really don't
neutral
like
level of interest
having
rates.
that in there. And also,
Now it's more
before
on
the
the
video,
earnings
I took
power
off my
of
battery
companies
mounted
and their
pad
ability
with
to
the
generate
URU
revenues.
sticky
So
stuff. It's kind
today
of
the
knocked
US
off with the
equity
Uber
market is
grip.
roughly
It's
$60
not
trillion.
nearly as good as
Europe
Uber
is
grip,
around
but it
$14
does
trillion
work
in
quite
terms of
well.
market cap.
Just not as
So
well as Uber grip. You know that they took off the
away from the
capacitors
US,
because
and
they've
even if
increased
we
the
don't
ESC
have
overhead.
lower
You can
cuts,
see the
the
ESC
view is
stats
that this
on
capex
screen, or the amp
and also the
draw
midterm
on
election,
screen throughout
because
the
you
fight,
have
and on the
monetary
in-screen results, if you want to go back and look at that.
relatively
There's a little
lose
bit of flight footage
monetary
from the
and then
SD
lose
card so
fiscal
that you
policies
can get a
and
view of
measures
that. But I
by
think
the
I've
US
kind of
administration
gotten
to
used to
boost the
having
economy
the flight
into the midterm. So all of these points were pretty robust.
I think I have a bias
Amid all
against
this
not
political
having
risk,
that.
threats
I've
on the
gotten so
Fed,
used to
is it
buying
less
micros
about
with that
sell
OSD
America
stuff over the last
and more
couple of years
specifically
that I
just
kind of miss it.
moving away from the dollar?
But of course,
the
when we're
dollar
flying it, we get to see that
clearly,
stuff. And if you
a
wanted
lot
to
of
show
investors
somebody
were
a flight
expecting the dollar
that didn't
being a
have that
lot
stuff
quicker
in it,
than
which
it
would
has
be more
done
appealing
so
to
far,
the masses, so
because
people
of the
who weren't
resilience of the
necessarily
economy. So
familiar
it's essentially a
with the
question of
quad or
interest
quad
rate
racing
differential,
or
how strong
freestyling
the US
space.
economy versus
They
Europe,
might
for
find that
example.
much more interesting.
So
So
I
that's,
think
that's a
that
bonus
whilst
feature,
there's a
but you
lot of
have to
noise,
judge whether that's a
I
big
see
bonus or a
more
little
of the
bonus
view
or no
around
bonus.
the
This
system of
BTX
the
does
market
weigh 1
becoming
gram more than the
anti-fragile.
BTX that does not have
Nassim Taleb
the
has talked
SD
about,
card.
which
So
is
that's
like the
something to
bones of
consider.
your immune
If you wanted
system.
to drop
The
an
more
extra gram
stressed
when you
it
get
is,
yours,
the
you
more
can swap out
resilient
that
and
BTX.
adaptive.
I think it
And I
costs
think
about
Not
$50 to
complacent or
$70. I might be
desensitized,
wrong on that
resilient.
price.
Exactly,
I'll put on
because
screen
they
how much
learned
the
from the
standard
past. If you
BTX costs. The
overreacted
stock
to
tool that it came
geopolitical
with, I
news,
didn't
you would
care
have
for,
lost
so I
a
did
lot of
my
money.
own
So
tune, which is
this
the
adaptation
on-screen.
of the
Also, the
system
filters. The filters I did not tinker with. That's how it came to me as well. The power settings I did not agree with. Oftentimes, I find quads when they come through Banggood or something of that nature that the power settings have
that's
been adjusted
interesting because
down. If
everyone's
they've
talking
done
about this
anything
new
to make
world
a flight,
order
they've
in
adjusted the power
2026,
settings
but you're
down.
saying that the
And
way
that
you should
does give
treat
you longer flight, but
geopolitics
it
in
also
markets
puts your
remains the
battery in
same.
peril when you get it down
But we're
below
more
3.5
adapted to
volts
it.
per cell.
Exactly,
So I would
because there was so
pump
much
that bike
noise, so
up
much
to
noise, a
minimum
very high
warning of
noise
3.4
to single
volts per
ratio.
cell. The
And that
Betaflight version that
overreacting
it's running
geopolitical
is
was
the
uneconomic.
404.
And that
So
I
you do
think
have
is
version
the
4 on there, and I was a little bit surprised at the
around
tune I was
third
able
law
to get out of
of
this.
Newton
So
that says behind
that
every
may
action
be a
is an opposite
combination that
reaction.
works
So
pretty
it's
well. I don't know about 405. I haven't tried that yet.
So this
We're
looks
talking about
good fun. I'm a little bit
context,
concerned
right?
about
Let
the
me bring
casing.
this
That's
over
always
to
an
Asia.
area I'm
I've heard
kind of
it said
hesitant to
that
endorse it
the
because you don't know what the
geopolitics
final
around
product
Shanghai
is going to be like.
Takaichi in Japan
It's
is
a lot of
stable
fun.
and priced.
It
Yes,
depends on if
there's
the
a lot of
canopy
focus
has
on
a
the
bunch
growth
of weight that's
story,
going to
but not
decrease its
enough
performance,
focus
and for
on
me, it would decrease
the
the fun.
tensions that
But
could be and will
I
be
don't
and
think
are
it will
there
add
between
too
Japan
much
and
weight
China.
because I've been weighing some
Yes,
other canopies that
and I
have
think this
some are
is
molded
clearly
plastic.
an area
I
to
can't
watch.
see it
And
adding more
with
than a
the
gram or two
questions
at
around repercussion around
most.
Venezuela,
But I have a
Iran,
good feeling
and how
that this
China
will be
may
a pretty
react.
good performance.
I think it is important to
I
remember
also
that China
think that
has
the way
time
they've
on
built
its side
the
in
frame
terms of
and
the
the
growth of
thickness
its
of the
economy.
frame,
It's
it should
dealing with
hold up pretty
deflation
well. But
forces,
as with
excess
all
supply
things, it kind of
capacity,
depends on
the
what you're
latest
crashing
trade,
into and how fast you're doing it.
exports
If
show
you have
that
any
we had
comments,
a
questions,
record
suggestions, or otherwise, please let me know in the
export
section down
net
below.
trade of
I appreciate
over
your time.
1.2 trillion. So
Thanks for
this
watching.
is clearly part of the concern investors may have, but our view is that it's unlikely to unravel, simply because if you remember the John Foster Dulles doctrine of the first island chain that surrounds China. It was a maritime blockade of China, if you will, between Japan, Taiwan, the Philippines, Borneo. And this is a strategic geopolitical strategy that was put in place by the US government.
Today, we are digging into the Happy Model Larva X, and we're going to find out what makes this entry.
Sort of containment of China, and China will.
I'm Joshua Bardwell, and we're going to learn something today. Today, we are looking at the Happy Model Larva X, and we're going to find out what makes this entry into the ever-expanding toothpick category of micros. We're going to find out what makes this entry so good, and what could be better about it.
Fourth quarter on record as they benefited from volatile markets. But Wall Street bosses are warning of a potential slowdown if President Trump's proposed.
Before we get into this video, I want to tell you that in addition to this review video that you're watching right now, I've also made a full setup video for the Happy Model Larva X. Everything you need to do from the moment you take it out of the box to the moment you get it into the air. Especially if this is your first quad, that stuff can be a little bit overwhelming, and even if you've set up a couple quads before, there may be some steps or shortcuts that you're missing. There's a link to that down in the video description, and after you're done watching this review, you can go ahead and check that out.
Stanley reporting
We're
today.
going to start with some flight footage. I always like to show you some flight footage at first. There is no sound right now because this is the onboard DVR on the quad, recording 720p right there on board. We're going to start with a little bit of zoopy racing. This guy is quick, it's nimble, it handles well. In a minute, I'll let you hear the sound of the motors and you can judge how smooth they are and how much prop wash there is. This is an awfully fun quad to fly. And this is just on the stock tune. On even a tweaked tune, it would get even better. I do want you to pay attention to the camera in this footage because later I'm want to show you some more DVR footage just from DVR in my pocket, and I think it actually messes up the camera a little bit. So this is what the camera looks like. It looks
where shares closed
okay.
yesterday. There is
It's not
not
the
a
best
lot of
ever,
optimism
but
about what
it's
these
not
reports
bad,
have been
especially
doing.
for a nano.
From the banks that
Here
have
we're doing some
reported and these two
smooth,
that are
swoopy
expected to
flying.
report
This isn't
today.
really
And this is
a cinema
despite
whoop or
some
anything, but
blowout numbers
this
that we
quad
saw
can
from some
fly
of these banks
fast
who
and racing, it can fly smooth, you can hardly see any jitter or twitching or anything. This is a really, really good flying quad. Right here, the DVR stutters. I have no idea why I did that. DVR stutters there. Flies really nice. People are always saying, oh, this micro flies like a big quad. And of course, they never fly exactly like a big quad. But I will say, just in the ability to pilot
yeah, as you suggest, banks a barometer of the economy, Charlie. So what's the
The Larva X has 1103 7,000 kV motors, and these are great for getting a lot of power and RPM out of these 2.5-inch props. The kV is a little higher than some people might prefer, which means you lose a little bit of throttle resolution, especially down in the lower part of the throttle. It can be a little bit challenging to maintain altitude, and especially coming around like a split S, it can be a little hard to find the exact right throttle position to avoid hitting the ground. But they're definitely fast at the top end, and they're smooth as well. When paired with these Avant 2.5-inch props, which I feel like these are, if not the best, certainly in contention for the best 2.5-inch props you can get. These motors are powerful, smooth, reasonably responsive. It's a very, very good combination. The flight controller is the Crazy Bee F4 Pro. The version I've got is the version with the onboard FreeSky receiver. It can do FreeSky D8 and D16 mode simply by changing a setting in the Betaflight configurator. I will point out that in the past, the Crazy Bee flight controllers have had an issue where they would lock up for no reason if you were doing D16 mode and telemetry. Betaflight, they say they've released a fix for that, and so you should be able to run D16 mode with telemetry on this with the latest versions of Betaflight. If not, it's an easy fix. You either just turn off telemetry or you switch to D8 mode. Some micropilots prefer to fly in D8 mode for reasons. You can do either. I will point out also that this is available with a whole host of other receivers. You can order it with them pre-installed, including a Crossfire receiver if that's what you're into, and that is really, really cool to see. The video transmitter is the Diamond VTX. It supports 25 and 200 milliwatts, and it has a built-in SD card slot to record the
global economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Burden in Florence,
This is not
Italy.
a high-definition recording like the Cadex Turtle or the Runcam Split or anything like that. It's standard definition recording, but it will not have all the breakups and stuff that you would get when recording DVR in your goggles. So that's nice. The camera is the Runcam Nano V2, and it is very nice to see a first-party camera like Runcam. Runcam certainly makes some of the best cameras you can get for FPV. I don't adore the way the Nano 2 handles exposure, but it got the job done, and especially in the Nano form factor where you're trying to save as much weight as possible, I feel like this is a pretty decent choice. The base plate is 3 millimeters thick, and the individual sort of stars are
This is the future. This
just
is
a little,
the
maybe
21st century economy.
2.2 millimeters wide. The bottom line is that this is going to be a pretty durable base plate. Just based on the weight of the quad, it's hard to imagine you breaking the base plate in a crash. It is worth pointing out that all these little cutouts here, I mean, if you were to just fly it full speed into a glitch or something, you may not get it back. There's a lot more cutouts here for branches and stuff to snag it. Whereas if you compare it to just a traditional X-ring, it's a lot more likely that you can be able to turtle out. That's a small consideration, but maybe something worth it. Just don't fly it into a tree, you'll be okay. Speaking of weight, this guy weighs 51 grams, and the recommended battery on the product
That's
page
the pulse
is
oil
a
falling
300
for the
or
first time in
350
6
milliamp hour
days after
3S.
President
Now,
Donald
I
Trump
have one of
signaled the
those,
US
and
may
that
hold off
battery,
on
at least the
attacking
one I
Iran
have,
for now. We've got
36
Brent
grams for
here
a total
below
of
$65 a barrel,
That's actually
currently down nearly 3%, but it's been down more than that this morning. Trump's
Bob
saying that
Ruby
he's been
Kebab was one of the guys
reassured
who
by
was the
sources that
biggest
the government
proponent of
in Tehran
toothpicks
will
and
stop killing
very much
people
popularized them. He
protest.
suggests a
The
weight
growing
of about
unrest
an oddly
continues to pose
specific
the
weight
biggest
of about
challenge to the
73
Islamic
grams.
Republic since its
This is
founding
actually getting down into that weight, whereas if we look at some other quote-unquote toothpicks on the market, they can be over 100 grams. Really. Anyway, so 88 grams with that 350. However, flight time on that 350 is acceptable and agility is good, but I really liked flying it more. This is a GNB 450, and that brings the weight up to 99 grams. That's I did find that I didn't feel like handling suffered too much, and I felt like flight time was better. I also have flown it with one of these raised quads, 550 milliamp hours. At that point, I was definitely starting to feel the weight, but you got again significantly longer flight time. So that's the good stuff. Here are some things that I think could be done a little better. This whip antenna sticking out the back gets into the props. You can see mine has been chopped. It doesn't get into the props on every flight, but it does get into the props fairly regularly. It really needs to come straight out the top or in some other way be prevented from getting into the props. It's just, I don't know why so many micro manufacturers ship their antennas in such Emacs. I'm looking at you. Why? Does this not come up in testing? I don't get it.
It seems the Islamic Republic could be fighting for its survival.
Well, to dive deeper into Iran's unrest and the wider geopolitical implications, I'm pleased to say we're joined now by Roxana Farman, lecturer at the University of Cambridge. Good morning to you, Roxana. Iran has temporarily closed the airspace around Tehran amid the tensions with Washington, amid the continued protests. That's one of the latest developments this morning. I wonder, even if President Trump says that he's holding off for now, how much military intervention by the US remains a risk?
I think it still remains a great risk. There's certainly been assurances given to President Trump that there will be no hangings. The foreign minister was on Fox News last night and said absolutely that would not occur, and I think that has been a flashpoint for President Trump. On the other hand, it's clear that there was a larger plan by Israel and the U.S. to attack Iran at one point that has been talked about a great deal. And the very fact that, for example, the UK government has closed its embassy in Iran and that a number of American servicemen and officials have been pulled from bases around the Gulf is indication that there is still a very great flux in the situation.
Okay, so it remains a risk. We had the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz saying that regimes that depend on force are in their final days. Could it be that we see the regime collapsing even without US intervention?
I think over the last couple of days, we've seen a huge number of pro-regime demonstrations, which is the effort by the Islamic Republic to show that it has a base. Many of these demonstrations were in response to the funerals that are taking place of government security officials that were killed in the last several days of the actual uprisings. Today it's quite calm, and so I think that it's not quite correct to say that it depends only on force to survive.
And we've had Gulf states lobbying Washington to not strike Iran. I wonder how much leverage the likes of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE actually have over Tehran and over the US and its decision-making at this stage.
I think they have quite a bit of leverage over Iran, and I think it was because it was made very clear that the Trump administration was going to attack if there were further official killings, such as hangings of those that had been arrested, that Iran pulled back. President Trump himself has said that he does not listen to the other Gulf states and their concerns. He makes his own decision, which I think to some degree is correct. On the other hand, economically, the effect on the Gulf oil price, as you pointed out in your report, has been significant. And I think one thing that President Trump does not want to see is a rise at the gas pump right before the midterms, which is something that a conflict in Iran could certainly trigger.
You do wonder if that's perhaps why he's pulled back today. But I also wonder how these 25% tariffs that he's threatened on Iran's business partners could impact the relationship between Iran and China if they are to be implemented. Would it dilute Beijing's desire to have influence in Tehran?
Well, so far we've really seen that a lot of that influence is in the form of rhetoric. The Chinese relationship with Iran has not been substantial. It didn't support it very much during the 12-day war in June, and it has not really provided Iran the arms that Iran has asked consistently for to protect itself. So in terms of oil, the Chinese have gotten a huge discount in the oil shipments that it receives from Iran, even though it's the largest client of Iranian oil and it's therefore very important to Iran. That is not necessarily a very lucrative arrangement for Iran. So I think what we're seeing is that Iran is very isolated. The 25% tariffs will only hit the middle class even more and the people of Iran, because at this stage the sanctions are brutal, and
there are a lot of timelines where I wouldn't even have bothered
the economy is doing so badly. The currency has
This
dropped.
is a new fly new fly drone kit ready to fly. It's already pre-bound, ready to go. You got the drone, you got the batteries, you got
is
a
outside
little charger, you
support
got a controller,
likely
you
to
got a goggle,
help or
all
really
with
just
the Caddx FPV
expose them to
system.
harsher
And
retaliation
here's
from
why
the
I'm
Iranian
reviewing this, and even if
I
you're not
think,
interested in this product, you
certainly
need to
the
pay attention to
response
this
of the
video.
government is that
This
if
does
there are
not have
protests,
the walk snail
it reflects badly on the
video
government. It
system in
shows
it.
a
It
weakness,
is a new
and
system
it has
from
viewed
Caddx called
the
Ascend,
protests
and
internally.
it's
It's
not
a domestic
compatible
threat.
with
as
existing walk
just an
snail
extension
systems.
of
So
or linked
what
to
in the hell
the
is
threat
even
coming
going
from
on
abroad
here?
to attack.
Is
So
Caddx
they
abandoning the
feel
walk
very
snail
strongly
system?
that putting
Or
down the
is this some
protests
new
was
parallel
absolutely
system?
critical to show
I don't actually
strength on the
entirely
part of
know,
the
but I'm going
government
to do my
over its
best to
own
get the bottom
borders
of it.
and
And
its
yes, we
streets.
will also look
So
at
I
this
think any
drone kit.
further tariffs
Although depending
will
on
not
what
be to
FPV
the
system
benefit
it's got
of
in it and what you can do with it,
people, and
it might not even
attack
matter
is
how
a
good
very
the kit is.
complicated thing for
I'm
Iran.
Joshua
This is
Bardwell,
not
and you're
Venezuela.
learning
The capital
something
is
today.
thousands of miles
also
inside
learning
the
something
borders,
today.
and the government has
I guess
shown
we'll know by the end of the
absolutely
video.
no
This
fracturing
is the Caddx
in the
FPV
period of
Protos
protests. There's been a
FPV
great
fly
deal
combo.
of
You can
support
fly
by
bold
the
while young.
military, for example, and
Love Chinese
by
marketing.
the security
It's
services.
fantastic. The idea
So
behind
I
this
think
kit,
any
according to
outside
Caddx's marketing
intervention could actually be counterproductive.
FPV
And I
fly
think
combo.
many
You can
of
fly
those
bold while
inside
young.
Iran are clear that
Love
they do
Chinese
not
marketing.
want to have
It's fantastic.
outside intervention. They want to take the
This is
change
the
in
Caddx
regime. There's a
FPV
lot of debate
Protos
inside Iran
FPV
about
fly
regime
combo. You can
change or
fly
regime
bold
shift.
while young.
Clearly, the government is
Love
hit a
Chinese
wall
marketing.
in terms
It's
of how
fantastic.
badly
The
the
idea
economy
behind
is
this
doing,
kit,
and
according
there's
to
not a lot of
Caddx's marketing
solutions. So
material
some
that
change
they gave to
needs to
me,
take place,
is that
but
this
it's
is
clear the
targeted towards
Iranian
beginners.
people,
It is a way to get into
if you look at their
FPV
slogans,
with a
if you look at
reasonably
their
good performance drone,
interviews,
reasonably
want to
good
take that
video
forward
system. Kind of like people say, just buy a DJI kit and out of the box
Roxanne,
it'll
pleasure to
just
have you on the
work. There's no
programme. Thank you
BS,
so
no
much for your
nonsense, no
insights.
configuration.
Roxanne
You can just
Farman
fly
from
and enjoy it.
lecturer
And
at the
Caddx is
University of
going after
Cambridge.
that
Well, coming
market.
up, we'll stay with
It is
China.
interesting
Mark
to me
Carney
that
is the
this
first
branded
Canadian
as
leader to
Caddx
visit Beijing
FPV
in 8
and not
years.
walk
We'll talk
snail,
about why world
but they've
leaders
done
are
that before,
flocking
like
there.
with the Caddx Go Film drone, right? So it wouldn't be the first time that a Caddx drone had a walk snail video system in it. But as I said earlier, this is not the walk snail video system. We'll get to that. So the kit comes in this cool little box, and it's got all the things that you would want. We've got some goggles which look suspiciously like the Caddx or the walk snail goggles L. We have got a controller which doesn't look like anything I've ever seen before. It seems to be new. We'll play with that. We've got a little drone. That's fine. Looks like it's got a downward-facing sensor. Does that mean it's going to have optical flow and position hold? We'll find out when we fly it. And a battery charger. Oh, and a little battery for the goggles. Looks very similar to the DJI DJI battery pack. Although I do point out it has an XT30 connector in it, not USB. So pour that sucker in there. We plug this. Where's it plug in? There it is. And right there. They turn on immediately. Do they have a power button? And, oh, it's like, yeah, the power button is on the battery pack. There we go. Power up. We take the drone.
This is a 15, 16
plug
gram.
the battery in.
It's enough.
Very
Then Sushila is still here with the one. So take one that
that's
they
steel
no
Helly or
matter
whatever
too tight
standard
from now.
firmware.
And very light like a ball.
And
Put
I guess we should turn the
wasabi
controller on
in
as
the
well.
middle. Then my process 1 to 6. One.
Hold.
This is putting the between the legs air. Then with the
Researching. There
4
we go.
fingers
When
close.
solid, I
Then
presume that
sushi
means they're
shape.
connected.
Then touch this. Two.
And we should have a
Then
video.
turn.
Yes,
Now
we
these 2
do.
fingers top of the bottom, with the situation and more people. Three, then, you know, I mean, push it, not push it. 3, 4,
And it's a toggle, you don't hold it down, you keep it wants to beep and wants to
and 6. So
stop
this is
beeping.
the 1 to
You've got
6.
turtle mode here, and again, is it? Yeah, you just
Key
press once,
investors,
you
top
don't hold it down,
executives, global
and then it goes into
innovators.
turtle mode.
Join me for
We
in-depth
have the
conversations
flight
with the
mode switch here,
biggest
and then we
newsmakers
have
on
rates,
today's
rates
top
here,
stories.
and we've got arm disarm
That does not
here.
tell you what the future's going to be.
We're taking a step-by-step
Fortunately, there is
approach, a
no
very
HDMI
systematic
output on the
approach
travel.
within
In
the
fact, as
This
far as
is
I
a
can tell,
time
there's
to
no
put a
video
lot more
output
defense
whatsoever.
into your
So
portfolio.
I'm just going to have to
Insight
hold my
with
phone
Hazlitt
camera
Brown.
up to the screen, but you can see, if you're familiar with the Walksnail video system, that the interface is identical.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
Video transmitter, which goes up to 350 milliwatts. The frame rate, very interestingly, is either 60 or 50 frames per second. I guess for
Good morning and welcome to the Pulse. I'm Lizzie Burden in
I don't
London,
know,
and
but
these are your top
doesn't go
stories.
to a higher
ASML
frame
hits
rate,
a
so the
record on
latency is
renewed
gonna be
confidence in the
a little
global
bit
AI
higher.
boom.
We have the
Chipmaker
resolution in
TSMC
or
gives a
720p.
strong
If I go to
outlook for the
720,
year.
can I then
Holding off
change to a
for
higher frame
now,
rate?
Donald Trump says
No,
he won't
it's the same
strike
frame rate,
Iran after
okay?
being assured that
Change that back
protesters
to the
are
way it
no
was
longer
delivered,
being
and
killed.
then for
Plus,
bandwidth,
splashing out.
you
Big
can
spending
either
on watches
have
and jewellery over the
20
Christmas period
or
helped
auto
Richmond sales
or
to hit
10.
a record.
We can't have 40
Let's
megabits
dive
per
into the
second, so
geopolitics
20,
now. An
that's
exploration
gonna
mission
equate to
of
about
13
25 megabits per
soldiers from
second bit
Germany
rate.
is due to
And for
arrive in
1080p,
Greenland
that's
as European nations
pretty
seek to
low,
ensure
but we'll
security in the
fly it
region
as
and
delivered
respond
and
to
see
US
what
threats
the
over
results
the
are.
island.
I guess the next
Denmark
thing we
says
should do
a
is take it outside
fundamental
the flag.
disagreement remains following a meeting with top US officials. Trump, meanwhile, is doubling down on his
Oh,
position
this is
regarding the
ultra
island.
low rates. It's so low.
We have decided to
It's
form
ultra
a
beginner
high-level
mode.
working group to
I can
explore
barely,
if we
I
can find
can't
a
even
common
attempt
goal.
it. That's a,
The group, in our
oh,
view,
that is
should
so
focus
slow
on how
rates.
to address the American security concerns, while at the same time respecting the red lines of the
Seems to be a lot of expo too.
We need to
Let's
be
try
on
another.
national security, so we're gonna see
It's
what
a little
happens. We have
faster.
a very good
Even the
relationship with
fastest rates
Denmark,
aren't
as you
ultra
can see.
fast, so.
But, you know, we're
Okay,
doing the Golden
let's
Dome, we're
see
doing a lot of
how
things that we really needed.
she's
If we
flying
don't go
okay.
in,
What
Russia's
happens
gonna
when the
go in,
signal
and
breaks
China's
up?
gonna go
Fly
in.
behind the house, the signal
And
gets
it's
shitty.
not a thing that Denmark
Do I
can
have
do.
a, oh,
We
we've
can
gone to focus mode. Interesting. It goes
Well, for
black
Wireless,
on
I'm
the
joined by
sides.
Bloomberg's
It's not just
Copenhagen Bureau
focus mode,
Chief
it just goes
Sarah
literally
Sholin.
black.
Sarah, welcome back.
About that.
Just talk us through what progress actually was made in this
That's-
Washington meeting. Good morning
In
again.
some ways, I think that's better than
Good
focus
morning.
mode, where
One
it
of the
decides
key
to go
things
blurry.
is the Danish foreign
It's like
minister
it's really
also
clear
said on
what's
the press
happening.
conferences they set up this working group where they
That's
now can,
interesting.
through a more diplomatic channel, meet and try and hash out a path forward. As Trump has repeatedly said, one of his biggest concerns is the security threat in the Arctic and Greenland, and this is what they're trying to address now. So there's a sense of relief,
Okay.
over here that
What
things
about
didn't
flight
escalate
mode? So
further.
this is acro.
And
Here's
how
angle.
significant is it that Germany's sent
And that
troops
is
to
full
Greenland
stick
as well?
deflection there, so that's very forgiving
That is
for
quite
beginners.
significant, and it's not just Germany.
Very
France has
forgiving.
also
And
said
here,
their
let's try
support.
pause hold.
There's
Ready?
the UK, Norway, and Sweden. And it's not just
Okay, hands off the sticks.
important
Oh,
number
that's
of
not a good
troops.
pause
It's
hold.
not that many people that
Oh,
are being
gosh.
sent up there. It's more that it's raising
struggling.
the stakes for Trump and for
Let's
the
go a little
US to
closer to
actually
the
do an
ground, maybe.
intervention in Greenland.
Well, altitude
Now there'll
seems
be a
to be
NATO
working.
presence, there'll be more of an EU presence up there, a European presence.
There we
So
go.
if
I
he
think it
does
didn't have a
want to
good
intervene,
good
it's not
view of
just
the
suddenly
ground.
like taking the
Still
territory from
drifting.
Greenland. It's going against
Push
some
the
of its
stick over.
border base of his allies. So this is quite
Are
significant
you
and a
pause
big
holding
signal
yet?
to the US government that we are taking this seriously and also don't come over here.
Sarah, thank you for the
Okay, we're
context. That's been both Copenhagen
sort of
Bureau
pause.
Chief
There we go.
Sarah
I think we
Sholin
got a
there.
pause
But we can
hold.
get the view
There,
from
position
Washington
hold
now.
is
US
working.
Republican Senator Tom Tillis
Kinda.
says that President Trump's
Sorta.
getting bad advice,
It's drifting
including
a
on his
lot.
pursuit of Greenland.
It's drifting
He
a
told
lot.
Bloomberg there's no support in
My
Congress
altitude
for
is
such a
1.2
takeover.
meters, so
It's supposed to work up to 2
We
meters
need
off the ground,
people
about
to
1
make sure
meter
the
off the
president
ground.
has a fully
Would not
weighted
say this is a very
set of
effective
criteria
puzzle.
before he moves forward on some of these policies. I see no path where his aspiration for Greenland occurs unless it's
we're not
a
really holding
negotiation and something far short of what he has in mind.
We talked to Senator Chris Coons at this time last evening, who I know is taking part in a bipartisan Codel to Denmark with you and others. He was strident in his language, making it clear that NATO is at stake. Is that where we are?
No, I think we're going to get into a little bit of hyperbolic language here. Chris is a friend of mine. He's a Democrat. I can see where he's may take that position, but I've been the Republican leader of the Senate NATO Observer Group since 2018. I'm going there to reassure everyone that unlike what angered me last week was one of the president's advisors making the statement that it was the position of the U.S. government that Greenland would become a part of the United States. He doesn't have an election certificate. He is not a member of the Article 1 branch. I am. It can be his position. It can currently be the position of the president. But the people the people in Denmark, the NATO countries, our allies, our partners, the people who've gone to war with us, fought side by side with us, lost lives when they came to Afghanistan, consistent with their Article 5 commitment in NATO. I want to make them very aware of the fact that there is not support for this in Congress, regardless of what they may say in the White House. I think that an illegal taking of another territory and from a sovereign nation and a member of NATO is just not good advice. And I'm going there to tell them there's at least one branch of government that stands with the NATO alliance.
100 milliwatts is accurate. To be able to go this far, I don't want to walk and
Tom
retrieve
Tillis
it, but like
speaking to
videos
Bloomberg
holding
Balance
in
and Power anchor
just fine.
Joe Matthew there. Well, against that backdrop of US foreign policy, China's President Xi Jinping's welcoming a procession of world leaders this year, looking to mend fences with Beijing in light of the tariff war coming from Washington. Canada's Mark Carney is just the latest to arrive in the country, with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer expected just days later. Well, joining me now for more is Diana Scheulever, Chief Economist at Enodo Economics. Thank you for being with me, Diana. This is quite the stream of leaders heading over to Beijing. Is this clearly White House diplomacy backfiring?
Not really, actually, because what is happening is that there is a thawing of the relationship between China and the US, and certainly with respect to trade. And so the rest of the US's allies are realizing that they're sort of falling behind in that sense and going to China and trying to find this very nuanced relationship that the Western allies have to seek with China.
Well, this is the first visit from a Canadian leader to China in 8 years. Can Carney actually mend the relationship with Beijing after all that tension?
Yes, he can. And the relationship between China and Canada went bad for a very specific reason as well. And now we've had enough years passed for this to, and of course the prisoners were released, and there is a way to move this forward. But at the end of the day, we do have to realize that all countries, apart from the very small and strategically insignificant ones, and all multinationals must pick a side. They can't be with one foot in the US sphere of influence and with the other foot in China's sphere of influence.
So Canada's trip's actually about repairing trust. It's not just about getting more leverage.
No, it's not about getting more leverage, and I would say that even rebuilding trust would be very hard, but sort of riding on the bandwagon of keeping the same kind of thawing in relationship that the US is trying to achieve. Canada doesn't want to be left behind and want to pursue a similar situation. But there is absolutely no way, given where Canada is situated geographically, that it won't be one of the staunch allies and partnerships in the US sphere of influence.
Okay, but what do you think that Canada would actually give China to mend the relationship? Do you think that it would soften its 100% tariffs on Chinese EVs?
I I would say that we have to see, because at the end of the day, depending on what the decision is with respect to EVs being or not being a security threat, the Chinese produce the cheapest, most efficient EVs, and so if one of your domestic priorities is a greener economy, it makes no sense but to buy Chinese EVs. So there are competing rationales here and reasons why the Canadians are resisting. So yes, I would expect that some softening of these tariffs is likely if the domestic green agenda goes to the forefront. Simultaneously, it also depends on to what extent are EVs perceived, or the technology in them, as a security threat that is on the doorstep of the US.
And to what extent could Canada provide an alternative oil source to China now that you've had Maduro's removal in Venezuela? Is that another carrot that they could dangle at Beijing?
Well, the situations are very different here because one of the more underestimated aspects of what happened in Venezuela and what's going on in Iran is the role of the US dollar in global oil payments. So it is not just about the provision of oil, it is about America taking action and trying to preserve the critical role of the dollar in the global financial system, which is very closely linked to the petrodollar system. So even if Canada is willing to supply oil to China, it will never be pricing it in Chinese yuan, and it will never be transacting in the yuan. So that's where the importance lies. Otherwise, neither the US nor America, to be honest, are against the movement of trade, but ensuring that they have the access to the trade routes and security and resources in a potential confrontation between the two spheres of influence.
So let's say that Canada and China can repair economic ties. What about Taiwan?
In what sense, what about Taiwan?
What is Canada's stance going to be on Taiwan? Does it turn a blind eye to China's stance on Taiwan?
Well, again, what I'm seeing from Canada is following the US in that domain as well. And what's happening in Taiwan is that we are seeing Trump being more ambivalent in his words in particular. He's not made, for example, the very telling mistakes that Biden made when he slipped a number of times that the US will defend Taiwan. But despite the words, what we've also seen is that Trump just authorized the largest military sales to Taiwan. So America remains firm in its commitment to Taiwan, but it is not putting it front and center in its communication strategy. And you would see that, sort of China doesn't really feature in the national security strategy that was recently published. But if you then go behind the numbers and look where the money is being spent and what is actually the configuration of the actions the US is taking, it is very clear that China remains the primary adversary.
We were talking earlier about how China didn't seem to be there for Venezuela. Does the Caracas raid really expose a hard limit to China's security credibility abroad?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, China has been trying to present itself as a credible alternative to US hegemony, in particular in the global south. And we've seen with both the attack on the Iranian nuclear facilities and with the removal of Maduro in Venezuela, which was a very successful, on top of it, military operation, one that China is not in a position to effect globally. But we've also seen that they were unable to even provide intelligence warning, and their initial shock was more telling than they intended. And of course, we've all read the story about Maduro meeting the Chinese delegation only hours beforehand. So yes, China's credibility in terms of providing security guarantees with those countries that have forged very close relationships with China has been questioned for sure.
Just finally, we got that trade data from China yesterday, trade booming. As an economist, let me ask you, does that mean that Beijing loses urgency to address the domestic demand problem?
Oh, no, absolutely not. I mean, I've analyzed China for 25 years. They've certainly been talking about rebalancing towards consumer spending since 2004, definitely 2006, and they did very little that was meaningful in that direction. But since that very important policy U-turn in September 2024, and we've seen how policy in China has really reaffirmed that very significantly, there is finally a genuine political understanding that they need to get domestic consumption going and why they need to do it. So the political commitment is there in a way that's never been there before. However, the big question is, are they doing the right thing to achieve that? And even if they're doing the wrong thing, what's likely to happen?
Okay, great to see you, Diana. Thank you so much. That's Diana Shoyleva, Chief Economist at Inodo Economics. President Trump has prevailed in unifying his party behind his takeover of Venezuela. All but 3 Senate Republicans voted to block a resolution opposing further military action in the country, with Vice President J.D. Vance as the deciding vote. It comes as Venezuela's opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, prepares to meet President Trump at the White House later today. The US president has said that Ukraine's president is the main obstacle to an agreement to end Russian war. In an interview with Reuters, Donald Trump said the Russian president Vladimir Putin is ready to make a deal, but Volodymyr Zelensky is impeding it. Trump had previously expressed growing frustration with Putin after a flurry of talks ended without a ceasefire. And Germany's economy grew for the first year since 2022 as a government spending spree helps the country overcome its lengthy industrial slump. GDP rose 0.2% in 2025 following 2 consecutive annual contractions. Questions remain, however, about the sustainability of any recovery, as Chancellor Merz plans to splash hundreds of millions of euros on beefing up the military and upgrading crumbling infrastructure. Well, those are some of our top stories this morning, but coming up on The Pulse, Richemont sales hitting a record as shoppers splash out on luxury watches and jewellery. More on that next. This is Bloomberg.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We gotta talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Next week, live from the Alpine Mountains of Switzerland, is the World Economic Forum annual meeting in Davos. Bloomberg Television brings you unmatched coverage and conversations with world leaders, business executives, and billionaires as they navigate responsible AI deployment, economic expansion, and geopolitical tensions. Tune in for daily coverage all next week. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to the Pulse. Now, Richemont sales hit a record at the end of last year as shoppers splurged on its watches and Cartier jewellery. Bloomberg opinion columnist Andrea Felstead joins me now for more. Andrea, what's your read on these sales and revenue figures? We have seen big gains for the luxury names earlier this morning, but actually they're pairing now, and many of them, like LVMH, Kering, Burberry, all in the red.
This is definitely good news for the luxury sector. If you cast your mind back to a year ago, there was great hope that luxury would, not necessarily boom again, but certainly recover from its low. We had the US election that unleashed a wave of top-end spending, and that all fizzled out in April. So we got quite tough comparisons with the year earlier. So the fact that the sales, have been very positive, signs that China is coming back, that's all good news for luxury. I think why the shares are down is that Richemont also faces some cost pressure from gold, adverse currency movements, so that's weighing on its profitability.
Okay, that's really interesting. I do wonder the difference between Richemont and some of the other luxury names. I know that Richemont's got the backing of the likes of Timothée Chalamet and Taylor Swift, but is that the sole reason why it's been outperforming LVMH over the past year?
It's in a great place. Jewellery has really outperformed. So price increases in handbags have been so big that actually a Cartier Love bracelet or one of their, entry-level Cartier watches is actually better value for money than a handbag. Now, the big question for investors, is that going to continue? Because all the luxury brands have revived themselves creatively, lots of new designers. That stock is hitting the stores now. Will that take away some of the spending from jewellery?
Yeah, Dior's got a lovely green handbag at the moment, I will say. Look, there's been some terrible news for luxury actually in the form of the Saks bankruptcy. Surely that's not going to be good news for the likes of LVMH. How bad actually is it when it comes to that debt?
Well, when you look at how much is owed, it's not great. It's in millions of pounds, or dollars. But for the luxury brands, they are big companies with billions of dollars or euros in sales. They can weather it better than the smaller brands. The real pain will come for the smaller fashion brands that might be owed less, but for them it's more important.
Okay, we'll see how that plays out. Andrea, thank you so much. That's Bloomberg opinion columnist Andrea Felstead. Now to some other top corporate news this morning. Elon Musk's xAI is blocking all users from being able to create sexualized images of real people with its Grok chatbot. The company says it's implemented technological measures to prevent the editing of real people in revealing clothing. It comes after widespread condemnation from governments around the world who had threatened bans and legal action. Elsewhere, the US has imposed a 25% tariff on imports of certain advanced semiconductors, including NVIDIA's H200 chip. It marks a key step in an agreement blessed by President Trump, allowing NVIDIA to ship the AI processors to China. Chips imported to support building up the US technological supply chain will be exempt. And the crew on the International Space Station have splashed down on Earth after an undisclosed medical issue forced their early return. It's the first time NASA has evacuated the space station for medical reasons. The team had been due to spend another month in orbit. The astronauts affected and the nature of the medical issue have not been disclosed for privacy reasons. Well, elsewhere, knockoff versions of Novo Nordisk's blockbuster weight loss drugs are about to appear legally in dozens of countries as the patent on the main ingredient, semaglutide, expires as soon as this year. The prospect of generic Ozempic is the subject of today's Big Take, and we can get more now with Bloomberg's Alyssa McDonald. Alyssa, just talk us through what the impact of this is expected to be.
Thanks. Yeah, well, obviously, how you see the impact depends on whether you're a patient, a company producing, or a regulator. So the patents are expiring in a bunch of big countries, basically. Canada, China, India, and Brazil are among the countries where patents are going to expire over the first half of this year. As that happens, there are dozens of generic drug makers lining up to get into this newly opened generic market. So for patients, that's obviously going to mean lower prices. Some analysts are saying prices may fall as low as $15 a month in some countries. But for the companies behind these anti-obesity drugs, this obviously means a load more competition. And, you know, that's obviously going to hit Novo Nordisk hardest among this group. You know, Novo's already kind of struggling to keep up with its main rival, Eli Lilly, and it's their product which is going off patent.
And just remind everyone how we got to that point with Novo on the back foot and how it's fighting back in other ways.
Yeah, this is the thing that's kind of interesting, is obviously Novo was early to this market, super successful, and you know, its drugs Ozempic and Wegovy, which both contain this key ingredient semaglutide, had fantastic brand recognition, loads of attention and loads of demand. But in the early days, there was a bit of a supply chain struggle, essentially. The company really struggled to keep up with this huge demand out of North America and Europe, which meant it was a bit slower to enter into other markets. And that's really given Eli Lilly the upper hand in quite a lot of parts of the world.
And of course, the market for anti-obesity drugs is, as you say, competitive, fast-growing. What else is coming down the track for that sector in 2026?
Yeah, so for Novo, it says it's fighting back on a bunch of different fronts. You know, it launched its Wegovy pill this month, which is going to be obviously very attractive to a bunch of consumers. It's also lowering prices and launching second brands in some places, and it's working on newer sort of experimental drugs and products at this point in time as well. It's such a lucrative market. We're going to see other people, you know, expanding their businesses as well. So what we're expecting is newer and more powerful branded products from other companies. We're expecting to see more research into this oral treatment space. But we're also expecting to see deals. You know, Novo said it's explicitly on the hunt for new products, and you know, they're clearly not going to be alone in that.
Okay, Alyssa, thank you so much for bringing us that big take. That's Bloomberg's Alyssa McDonald. Well, turning back to our top story this morning, tech stocks leading the gains on the Stock 600, ASML hitting a record. And this, of course, is after TSMC forecast that higher than expected capital spending this year. Asia's most valuable company also forecast revenue growth close to 30%. So if we take a look at how some of the tech names are performing, you can see the read across into the European space as well. Nvidia in the pre-market up 1.1%, and that as well lifting Nasdaq futures. So we're up 0.7% there compared to up 0.4% for S&P E-minis. So as we look across the continent of Europe, we've got outperformance, as you would expect, from the Amsterdam index up 0.9% there, boosted by ASML. And in fact, ASML soaring above $500 billion value on this upbeat outlook from TSMC. So the Dutch semiconductor equipment maker benefiting from the optimism from TSMC, but particularly latching onto the line on the capex that is expected for the future. Well, we have plenty of big interviews coming up for you right here on Bloomberg TV. Bloomberg's Mac Miller is going to be speaking to the Ford CEO, Jim Farley, and the Red Bull Formula One team principal. Those conversations on open interest coming up at 2 p.m. London time. And of course, we'll have special coverage from the World Economic Forum's annual meeting in Davos all next week. That'll be live right here on The Pulse. Up next, Bloomberg Brief. We'll pass the baton from London to New York. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie. This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
You don't think the court was hurt by the perception that it was a political decision?
The court's always hurt, it seems to me, if we look political. One of my concerns, my present-day concerns, is there's too much partisanship. It's true historically that most presidents have appointed justices to the Supreme Court who are members of their own party. The partisanship should not be an overriding factor. What you look at is temperament, learning, background, reputation, whether or not you have those qualities of independence and caution that make for a good judge.
Increasingly, you see dissenting opinions in the Supreme Court aren't quite as civil as maybe you might prefer. And is that of concern to you?
Yes, it's of great concern to me that our civil discourse, our civic discourse, is not civil enough. Aristotle said that a democracy depends on an open debate where you respect the dignity of those with whom you disagree. He said democracies only live if they are sustained over a period of time by a thoughtful, rational discourse. A discourse in which you respect the dignity of those with whom you disagree.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jemana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had high levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
Reduce the opportunities.
That allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We'll see money skates across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
It's 5 a.m. in New York City. Good morning, I'm Bonnie Quinn. Here's what you need to know. Putting on hold for now. Oil dips after President Trump said he might hold off on attacking Iran. Silver also lower after that blistering rally as the U.S. restrains from imposing import tariffs on critical minerals. And it's a wrap. Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley earnings set to close out big banks' reporting season. Let's take a look at these futures because we're back in the green after 2 days of declines, and it looks like quite substantially positive, at least for the Nasdaq 100. TSMC, of course, putting some enthusiasm back into this market on AI. But we also, as I said, saw 2 days of declines for the S&P 500, 0.5% yesterday. The Nasdaq 100 was down more than 1%. So maybe it's time for the dip buyers to re-emerge. Let's take a look at the bond universe because geopolitical risks seem to be receding just a little bit after the Greenland meeting and after Trump's Iran comments. You see the 30-year yield back down below 480. That's quite the move in 24 hours. We were well above 480 yesterday. The 2-year yield not moving so much, but the 10-year yield back down to 413 as well, still within that 10 to 20 range. In terms of metals, you're seeing it there too. So we have a good 4+% drop for oil on the Iran comments. Crude in New York back down to below $60. And silver, it actually almost got to $94,000 yesterday. We're just back above 90,000. Bitcoin, though, still above $97,000 per coin. So we're going to take a look at all of this and how the market is positioning risk-wise in just a few moments. But first, let's get to some individual movers. And for that, we go to Chloe Melly.
Good morning, Bonnie. It's a really good day for the semiconductor industry after a strong result and a very upbeat outlook from TSMC. And TSMC is, of course, a bellwether for this industry. And these results signal very strong AI demand and also very strong capital spending to meet that AI demand. And therefore, we are seeing that read across this morning for the chip equipment stocks. And ASML in particular actually moved to a record high in Amsterdam today on the back of this. Moving on to Ocular Therapeutics, which is also moving higher this morning, actually moving much higher, more than 10% after a report that Sanofi was considering a higher takeover bid for that company. It had previously rejected a takeover bid, but we'll see if it accepts this one. In the meantime, we are moving higher there. And finally, Dell is also in the green this morning after being upgraded by Barclays. And Barclays analysts have said that this is a company that will benefit a lot from demand from orders of AI servers. And therefore, we are moving a little bit higher this morning in pre-market trading, up about 2.3%, signaling a positive outlook for that company.
All right, Chloe, thank you so much. Chloe Melly there in London. And in just moments, we're going to be speaking with Amundi's Monica Defend on this market. Later this hour, Saul Martinez will join of HSBC for a closer look at bank earnings. Monica Defend of Amundi Investment Institute looking ahead to the Fed's rate path this year, writing, quote, we still expect 2 Fed cuts in 2026, but political pressure on the Fed keeps policy risk elevated and reinforces the case for a cautious approach to US duration. She's head of Amundi Investment Institute and joins us now. So, Monica, I'm just curious. You have been particularly concerned about the US labour market weakening. We did get some fresh data finally. What is your read of this US labour market now?
Well, in general, the US labour market compared to history is weaker, but not as weaker as we would have expected. And probably now the rhetoric on politics entering the monetary policy is kind of sounder than immigration law and how this is an impact on the labour market.
Now, does that make it more or less possible that we'll see a cut in the first 6 months of the year? So many houses calling for 2 cuts, but later in the year, particularly after we get a new Fed chair.
Well, no, we stay with the idea that in the first half we will experience 2 cuts, and this is justified by the market fundamentals. Having said that, the US economy is proving much more resilient than expected. Probably, and something that we are closely looking at is the housing market and the wealth effect, because this is what has been sustaining the consumption pattern so far, and this is possibly where a potential weakness might arise.
So the housing market could be a pain point. You've also said that we've seen a profit cycle that's been pretty solid. Robust momentum and sentiment is obviously there, and there's ample liquidity. So you're actually moving a little more pro-risk, at least in the near term, right?
Yes, look, in a scale from 1 to 10, where 5 is a neutral position, we're at 6. So the current environment, notwithstanding the good fundamentals, we see the reporting season. If we will experience a broadening of the EPS solid growth, the liquidity, and the accommodative stance of the central bank in an environment where geoeconomics, geopolitical risks are really adding to retail risk, we prefer to stay in this mild risk-on position through credit and through equity.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real thermometer, right? It goes up and it goes down, this geopolitical risk. So it's very hard to actually read on a day-to-day basis. I mean, obviously, today we're less, concerned about the geopolitical situation than we were literally just yesterday. So, Monica, this steepening bias as well is something that you've had for some time. I'm curious, does that continue throughout the year, even given questions over, or I guess maybe because of questions over Fed independence, but also through the next round of Fed personnel?
Well, the fact that we do expect steepening in the curve, which is something, by the way, that we do expect to materialize globally from Japan to Europe, is really related to the level of fiscal debt. And fiscal expansion, in particular in the United States, is fairly prominent. If we go back to the declaration that the US administration has been doing over the weekend, we have seen some increase in the risk premium on the 30-year, but all in all, volatility in the fixed income market remains fairly compressed. So the call of the steepening is primarily related to the fiscal dominance and the level of high fiscal debt that we see.
Are you concerned at all about differentials? So central banks getting more hawkish in the rest of the world, but obviously staying pretty dovish here in the United States, according to you?
It depends to the level of asynchrony. In particular, let's talk about the ECB, where we expect some further cuts, which is not a consensus call. Actually, there are some economists claiming for a hike of the ECB. Well, I cannot imagine the Fed cutting and the ECB getting rates higher. So some kind of asynchrony is justified by different fundamental positions across the regions, but look, all in all, they cannot go too far. And if you look at the BOJ, where we do expect a further hike to happen, still they are in an accommodative stance.
Okay. Monica, can we talk about China for a second? Because we've seen the yuan trade below 7 now for several days, and the PBOC has been extraordinarily busy with some, easing measures, essentially. I know China is a place that Amundi is incredibly interested in, but what's the stance at the moment?
Well, people talk about K economy, so I would prefer the expression exports are on fire, while domestic demand and the housing sector still on a highs. And this is going to persist over the year. We do expect 4.5 as GDP growth for 2026. I would say that from a global perspective, probably they are not anymore the only engine. They are more a stabilizer of global growth with the policy support that we think will be there, but it won't be a bazooka.
Okay, so maybe a little caution on China. Now, you spoke of stabilizers. You actually moved your price target for gold up to 47.50 precisely because you consider it a stabilizer. I mean, we're not far off that now. So if you have a gold allocation, do you stop here?
No, we think that the gold is something that structurally will increase. Our 2028 target is even higher. And the reason is that in the short term, definitely it works as a portfolio diversifier at a time where the US dollar is challenged in this role. But on gold, there is structural demand that is coming from the central banks trying to diversify their reserve allocation. And this is going to stay. That's why we remain constructive on gold and fine-tune the allocation from time to time.
All right, Monica, thank you so much. Wonderful their case study on allocation. Monica Defend of Amundi Investment Institute. Now to all the top stories trending on the terminal this morning. Silver retreating on signs investors took profits following a blistering rally and as the US held off from imposing import tariffs on critical minerals. President Trump said he would negotiate bilateral agreements to ensure adequate supplies of critical minerals. Silver outpaced gold, jumped almost 150% last year. Germany's economy grew for the first year since 2022, GDP rising 0.2% in 2025, following 2 consecutive annual contractions. Expansion last year was driven by household consumption and government expenditure. However, investment fell and trade acted as a drag. Richemont sales jumped to a record in the final months of 2025 as holiday shoppers splurged on its watches and Cartier jewellery. Sales on a constant currency basis climbed 11% in the fiscal third quarter, with sales at the jewellery division rising 14%. Cartier is experiencing a strong boost in popularity as celebrities like Taylor Swift and Timothée Chalamet turbocharge demand for its jewellery. Coming up, oil extending losses as President Trump hints at holding off attacks on Iran. More on that next. This is Bloomberg.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are seeing bullish gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jemana Versace in Beirut, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st
21st century economy.
The transactions
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
and the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
The killing in Iran is stopping, stopping. And there's no plan for executions or an execution or executions. So I've been told that on good authority.
President Trump there on perhaps holding off on Iran because of its crackdown on protesters, which obviously so far has killed thousands of Iranians, according to activist groups. Oil falling for the first time in 6 days, supply woes easing. Bloomberg's Will Kennedy joins us now for more. Will, I hadn't thought there was that much of a geopolitical premium in here, but obviously down 4%. Traders must have been a little bit worried, or at least they're relieved today, obviously.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have been protecting themselves against the possibility of an escalation in Iran. Iran remains an important oil exporter, of course, and it is always something that makes the oil community nervous. That's partly because of Iranian production, but that's also because of the other risks associated with any escalation in the region around the Straits of Hormuz, that vital shipping lane between the Gulf and the Indian Ocean that is runs next to Iran and over which Iran could assert control. And as tensions have de-escalated, clearly some traders have decided to take some money off the table, lock in some of those recent gains. But prices still remain fairly elevated compared to where they have been in recent weeks.
Yeah, President Trump yesterday saying that even though oil now again is below 60, he wants it at $53 a barrel. I mean, will it get there, Will? There's obviously not that much that he can do, I guess, to bring it down there.
Well, the background is fundamentally bearish, as we've been saying in recent months, Bonnie, that there is a structural oversupply in the market driven by the continued strength of US shale and new oil from South America. Venezuela can be part of that at the margin. But there are these global political tensions that keep a risk premium in the market. And one recent event that has really helped to keep prices higher than they may otherwise have been was in the Black Sea related to the war in Ukraine, where action against a key export terminal in Russia has actually kept 600,000 barrels a day of Kazakh crude out of the global oil market. And that has kept prices supported and has a meaningful disruption. So the broad picture is still probably structurally bearish, and we may get oil in the 50s this year. A lot of analysts think that's possible. But these flare-ups that we see around the world, Venezuela, Iran, Ukraine, Russia, are reasons that traders are buying despite the broader picture.
Well, what about container rates? Because they've been going higher and higher and higher. Obviously, some companies have been benefiting. Bloomberg Economics and estimates that we could see a higher than $100,000 for container rental at some point soon. I mean, does that continue?
The shipping market has come back. It's been very volatile in the last 5 years around different things, including the pandemic and action in the Red Sea. I think one thing to keep an eye on are tanker rates, shipping rates across the board, whether that's containers, whether that's tankers, is the Red Sea. Whether that Red Sea ship owners will be more confident about sailing through the Red Sea. They stayed away in the last couple of years because of Houthi action against ship owners, and that's lengthened shipping rate globally, increased the overall demand for shipping. And if the Red Sea were to reopen, and we've seen some shipping companies test the water by going back through, including Maersk, the biggest container line, that could actually reverse some of the gains that we've seen in shipping rates in recent times.
All right, Will, thank you so much. Great context there from Will Kennedy. Meanwhile, tensions brewing after the meeting between diplomats from Greenland and Denmark and US officials in Washington. Danish foreign ministers saying there is fundamental disagreement on President Trump's demand for the Arctic territory. Take a listen to Republican Senator Thom Tillis pushing back on President Trump's ambitions.
There is not support for this in Congress, regardless of what they may say in the White House. I think that an illegal taking of another territory and from a sovereign nation and a member of NATO it's just not good advice. And I'm going there to tell them there's at least one branch of government that stands with the NATO alliance.
Germany will now be sending military personnel to Greenland after Denmark revealed a fundamental disagreement with the US after that meeting with officials. Joining us now from Copenhagen is Bloomberg's Sarah Scholin. So Sarah, I mean, how would you rate how the meeting went? Obviously, the two sides weren't going to come out with, a major agreement and a resolution.
Helmet, and I got road rash up my back, but I'm still here on the channel making videos for you guys, and I spent most of the week on the couch and back and forth from my desk to actually going out and flying some. The first couple days I was pretty laid out, really not sure how I was doing physically, because I did break my helmet when I hit the concrete. So other than the first initial shock of the accident, I seemed to be doing pretty good. So I did get checked out by EMS at the site when it did happen. Happened late at night, couldn't see, and the guys that did it were never caught. So be careful out there. There's some strange, evil people out there. Just be ready for anything. If you're riding bikes, skateboards, or scooters, always wear a helmet, because that helmet saved my life. But I'm happy to still be here for you guys, because with that near-death experience, a lot flashed in front of my eyes quickly. And the first thing I thought of was my partner and my two kids. And I thought I might never see them again down at that bottom of that ravine in a dark setting. It's kind of terrifying. So again, I'm just super happy to still be here and sharing my experiences with you guys, and always keeping it honest as always here on the channel. That is my goal, to make this hobby better for you guys and save you guys some money along the way in this process. So I appreciate all the thank yous and kind notes that I got this week regarding that accident. But on to the review. Today we're talking about the Happy Model Larva X, and we just reviewed this one yesterday, and this one is the iFlight Turbo B 136 RS. Here's both of them side by side, and some of you guys might be considering both of these right now. Which one should I get? The Larva X is a 2 to 3S little toothpick ripper. Super awesome, by the way. It's going to be a pretty good rating on this one, because it has a pretty good tune on here. This one might be a little bit better tuned than this one. We're going to push this one to the limits today. I'm going to really give it some high throttle and try to trip out their tune and see how well it handles some high Gs and some of those freestyle maneuvers that this is supposed to be able to do. I had the most fun flying it on a 3S battery. A 3S 300 milliamp and 450 milliamp seems to be the sweet spot for this quad, with the Avon 2.5 Rush props on here. You can see those props a little closer up. They are super ultra durable, probably the most durable micro brushless prop out there in the micro brushless kingdom. We also tried the 3x2s, the new HQ props on this one. Those are also pretty durable as well, and I had a great experience with this one. So if you would like a 4S Toothpick Pro series type of quad, go ahead and go back and watch this video from yesterday. But today, it's all about the Larva X. So let me take you guys outside. Let's do a little ripping around with this one, and then after that, we'll take a little spec check on it, and I'll give you my final opinion about the Larva X. Here we go. All right, let's do some ripping, you guys. First, we're going to go into the smart audio. We're going to change it from 25 milliwatt power to 200 so I can get the best signal back to my goggles. I'm using the HDOs today with two Lumineer little right-hand circular polarized stubby antennas. So we'll see how those perform. And I wanted you to see this. This is the example of them not having Betaflight set up correctly with motor stop checked on. So when I come to 0% throttle, the props come to a complete stop, and the quad's going to do this terrible death tumble. You want to make sure you have motor stop off, and make sure you have air mode active. So no air mode was active here, and this was my first battery. You're looking at the VTX there, you can see my RSSI, and there it tumbles, and now I'm treed on my first battery. So quick trip over to Lowe's to get a cherry picker, and this was the tree that I decided to crash in today, about a 70-foot, some kind of tree, but lots of thick coverage, and I couldn't find it anywhere. There it is. Finally, after like an hour trying to get this thing down, I finally got out of the tree. Now we're back to flying again, so let's go ahead and continue on the fun. I knew right away with my first battery that this was going to be a little ripper. You can see the VTX down at the bottom left hand of the screen, and the video you're watching across the full screen, this is the recorded video from the VTX on board, which is great. It has an onboard VTX recorder, which is awesome because you can make your videos a lot nicer for uploading to the internet without all the fuzz. And it's not HD by any means, but it's not 4K. It's not 1080p probably, but still, it looks pretty good. And this quad can take a hit. Did you see that? That was a goalpost hit, and we kept flying. I want to go back again and try that power loop, just barely squeezing through there. Loving that little victory loop on the way out. Now we're going to do some big loops around these baseball field lights. I love these big loops. Once I can get them set up going, don't get dizzy, you guys. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm losing it. 5. All right. And that's called a knife edge loop. You guys learning new tricks on the channel here. Now we're going to try to squeeze underneath this little chain link fence there, or chain there. Now along this chain link fence, and there's that battery bounce on top of the fence. Along a chain link fence, it does seem to have some breakup. You'll notice some breakup here and there in this baseball field and soccer area because of all the chain link fence, and there's a lot of metal out here. So one thing I was really happy about was how well this quad tracks. The lines that I can get going at speeds, phenomenal speeds, inches off the ground. And I tried to slide under that picnic table. It didn't happen. But, you know, you got to go for those sometime. You see it, go for it. No holding back. And now we're going to go back over top of this goalpost here. And let's try to do a few power loops and see how power loop worthy it is. We're going to keep going back around and around. Seems to handle a nice tight power loop easily. It's much harder to do this with something like a 5-inch at this low to the ground. So yeah, it handles power loops just fine. Plenty of power in there on these motors. Now back low to the ground. Let's try a reverse transition and back the direction I came. Nice little knife edge with a roll in there, transitioning back around. Little tree loop here, over and under. Super nice. It's really awesome and fun on the freestyle side of things. This quad feels really loose. The tune seems to be where it needs to be for me to really get wild on the sticks. And you don't have to fly like this, you guys. You can fly nice and straight and behave yourself, but you know, I want to see if I can flip up this flight controller for you guys and see if I can get it to kind of freak out or spaz out. And there's the punch out. You see some jello in there? You see that jello happening on that full throttle punch out? Now leveling back off. And I'm going to do this huge dive under this tree. And this is where sometimes the power whoops will kind of freak out and have a tumble. They'll have what's known as washout. And this quad didn't seem to have that. So I'm going to go back down here and back around. Back under the trees. Loving the lines I'm creating with this quad. Super fast. Tons of control. Lightning speed accuracy on the sticks. I'm actually liking this quad a whole lot. This is a lot of fun to fly this one. And honestly, I kept flying all the batteries in my bag. I have about 30 batteries in my bag, and I was about to have too much video to go back home and edit for you guys. Now I'm going to try to do a little light pole perch through the legs. Back over here to check out the volleyball field, and this is where if you mess up this power loop, you're going in the sand. High stakes power loop, made it back under. Nice. Let's go for another one by this tree. Handles power loops low to the ground really well. Back through my legs there. And a victory roll. Let's try a power loop myself. Come on, come on. Make it. Oh, right into my leg. Ow. That hurt. Now back out for one more battery. I can't stand it. I gotta go again. Loving the lines and the speed of this quad. Super fun to fly. You guys, if you find someone that has this quad, fly it. It's awesome. It's really, really awesome. The Sailfly X was good, but this is even better. And little knife edge across the field. Trying to get in there. Let's come up and over. Nice. Back down to the street over here. Going for another power loop. Back under this tree. I love the punch out. Feels great on 3S. That's my preferred battery of choice. The 3S, 300 milliamp. Try to do a transmitter landing here. Didn't work out. Let's go back to the studio real quick. Let's go ahead and do the spec check. Today we have 2 to 3S batteries on this quad. Don't try 4 because the 1103 motors might not handle it. 100 millimeter wheelbase, and it is 3 millimeter unibody on the bottom with extra support struts down here, which is kind of nice. Happy Model brand motors, and those are 1103 7000 kV motors with 2 bolts on top. You will have to bolt these motors down. We have Phillips head screws on the bottom. Not my favorite in the world, but they're easy to take on and off. FR Sky D8, Fly Sky Crossfire available, XRSXR, and we have DSM2X also available for Spectrum guys. My favorite props were the Avant Rush 2.5-inch props, super durable. These are like skateboard wheels. Diamond 200 milliwatt VTX with DVR and 640 by 480 recording down to AVI video format. 2 buttons here. One is the record button, and your SD card slot is over here on this side. I did have some damage, however. I broke the front end of my canopy right there. You can see it separated. Also a dipole with IPEX connector. I'm going to show you what antenna you should upgrade to at the end of this video. Plug and play motors on the bottom and the XT30 right there from Max Power coming out of the power system. Crazy Bee F4 Pro V3 flight controller and D8 SPI FR Sky receiver on mine with 10 amp ESCs. And I'm running the Runcam Nano V2 camera. That's my camera of choice right now over the Cadex Turbo EOS 2 camera that's out there on a lot of these micros. This is the one I like. And to bind this baby up, there is a button they say, but I couldn't find it. So I did the bind_RX SPI, and it puts it into D8 binding mode. Make sure that you're binding it up in D8 inside your Taranis. You also get a set of 2.5 by 2.5 HQ props in the box to try out. I did not try those today. I stuck with the Rush. You also get an extra canopy in the box, which is nice, a screwdriver, some extra hardware, and the Happy Model strap, which I really don't care for this strap. It's useless. You need to upgrade to some buckle-style straps like you see here. Let's go ahead and put it on the scale here and weigh it, and I'm getting right about 51.5 grams dry weight. And with the 3S 300 milliamp battery, let's see what we get here. Just going to put it on the scale. We're up to 76. Let's see if I can get it right there. 76.5 grams total takeoff weight. And with the 3S 450, get you a longer flight time, around 3.5 minutes. Let's just move that out of the way. It's going to get us up to around 93.2 grams total takeoff weight. And the antenna that I'm going to suggest today is going to be the FreeRace FPV Big Mac antenna. I'll try to put some links down below. You're going to get a much better reception. Let's go ahead and give some final thoughts. All right, guys, welcome back from the flight test. The Larva X seems to have a really good tune on here, and let's talk about the tune, the durability, the flying aspect of this quad, and my overall score rating for the Larva X. Now, when I first heard that this one was coming out, I thought, oh, well, here comes another version of the Sailfly X. It looks a little bit lighter. It has the Runcam 2 Nano on here that I really like. I actually prefer this one over the Cadex Turbo EOS 2. The Cadex Turbo EOS 2 seems to have that kind of a warm, rich red in that camera, and this one seems to be more well balanced. So if you're looking to outfit a micro out there, I'm going to suggest that you use the Runcam Nano 2. It seems to be a better camera. Now, I also like the VTX one here, that it does have a smart SD card micro SD card option on here to record your videos, and the 200 milliwatt really did get me out there quite a ways. The tune on here, I would say, is about 80% good, right above about 80 to 90% throttle. In the hard turns, it does start to wobble and shake a little bit and shudder. That might be because of these larger props on here, the prop wash that it's going through, but I was able to trip up the flight controller, so you need to know that. I will share my Betaflight CLI dump down below for you guys, because honestly, they had some things set in here inside Betaflight from the factory that needs to be changed. Like motor stop was on, so that means that when your throttle stick goes down to 0, you get 0 throttle in the props and your quad will tumble backwards. And that happened to me on the first flight. 30 seconds into the flight, I treated it. Yeah, I had to go to Lowe's and spend about $40 on a cherry picker to get this quad out of the tree. So beware of that when you get this in the mail. First thing you need to do is make sure air mode is active and turn off motor stop. We haven't been using motor stop since probably 2014. So make sure you do that. Plus, when you arm the quad, it lets you know that the motors are armed, and disarm, they're going to come to a stop. So I think that it's a fairly durable frame. I did bang this one around quite hard, and I think these props are probably some of the most durable micro brushless props out there in the micro brushless kingdom. The Avant Rush props are just like, I mean, these would be the skateboard wheels of micro brushless props. You can bang these to the end of the day and they will still fly. And the Tune does handle a little bit of scratch and dent on these props. So you have some good props that come along in the box. You can also try the HQs that came along in the box as well. But my preferred prop of choice on this quad is the Avant Rush. So I have to say my overall feeling about this quad is that it's super fast, super nimble, and I found myself trying new things that I've never tried before. I was doing battery bumps on the top of the fence out there in the field and trying to kind of perch on top of this light pole, playing around with this quad. It's super light and you can get away with a lot because of the power system on here. The power to weight ratio is really, really nice. So you have a durable quad here, one with a fairly good tune on it as well, and something that you're really going to have fun on 2 to 3S. My preferred battery today was the 3S 300 milliamp battery, getting me just under 3 minutes flight time. And if you want more flight time, you can add all the way up to a 550 on this quad and still fly a 550 milliamp. Get a little bit longer cruising time if you're looking for that. But thanks again for watching this review. I'm going to rate this quad at about a 4.8 out of 5. So this one does score pretty high, taking a couple points off for just maybe a modest tune on here. It could be a little bit better, but I think overall they did a good job on the production version of this quad. So if you're looking to fly the production version, go ahead and snap one up at the link below. You're not going to regret the purchase on one of these. It's pretty damn awesome. I'm Justin Davis, guys. Take care. Be well. Have a great weekend, and I'll see you on the next one.
I'm Joshua Bardwell, and you're going to learn something today. This is the Happy Model Larva X. What do they think a larva is over there? Because larvas aren't very appealing. Anyway, never mind. If you just bought this quad and you need help setting it up, this is the video for you. I'm going to walk you through every step of the setup, from just taking it out of the box, which I just did, to creating a model on your transmitter, binding it. Even if we need to go in Betaflight, we'll do that too. And then we're going to go out and we're going to fly it for the very first time. So come along. The very first thing we need to do in order to get this quad flying is bind the receiver to our transmitter. So this is the transmitter, and it takes your stick inputs and it transmits them to the quad. The quad has on it a thing called a receiver, and it receives the stick inputs and communicates them to the flight controller, which then makes the quadcopter fly. And binding is the process of telling this receiver that it should be listening to this transmitter. When you're out at the field and you've got a bunch of friends flying, they're all transmitting at the same time. How do you make sure that you're not controlling your friend's quad? Binding is the process of how you do that. the transmitter that we're going to be using in this example is the FreeSky X9 Lite. And we're using that because I actually think it's a pretty good beginner transmitter. But if you just bought your FreeSky X9 Lite, you actually can't bind it to the Happy Model Larva X. The FreeSky X9 Lite comes from the factory programmed to support something called the Access Protocol. This guy doesn't use the Access Protocol. It uses a different protocol called D16. Now, I've actually done a firmware update on my X9 Lite that lets it support D16 protocol. And if you have an X9 Lite, you will need to do that in order to bind this guy to your X9 Lite. I have a video about how to do that. It's linked down in the video description. And if you're using this exact gear, then you're going to need to go through that step. However, if you're using any other FreeSky radio like the QX7, the X9D, any of those radios that support the D16 protocol out of the box, then you don't need to do anything special. You'll just be ready to go. If you are using one of those other radios, don't freak out. The screens that you'll see are going to look an awful lot like the screens that are on this radio. A few of the screens might be a little different, but you can probably get through it. So let's power this radio on.
Welcome to OpenTX. Throttle warning.
Lovely. And what I'm going to do for this video is I'm going to create a